Good morning, everyone. I'm seeing hugs. Hi. Morning, everyone. Asking everyone who's outside to join us, please. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Lovely to see everyone this morning. Welcoming you to the TechnoServe AINFP USAID funded stakeholder forum. So wonderful to see everyone this morning. Yes. Yes, I know we have a lot of celebration today, faces to see, people to catch up with. So looking forward to taking you through the day. My name is Liz Kariuki. I'm the Regional Communications Manager for the AINFP program. So I'd just like to welcome everyone. So the session today is a deep dive into one of TechnoServe's programs that works with food processors. Just some housekeeping. Everything is on live stream, so we hope you do not mind having your faces on our online channels. We'll be able to share this with different stakeholders that were not in today. We'll be able to have a recording and share this for future reference. So welcome again. I'd want to just set the stage and say that today is of what one of our food processing programs has done in terms of achievements, showcasing impact with food processors. Those food processors are in this room here, so you'll hear from them as well. We also will celebrate partnerships with different stakeholders, private sector, government, seeing some government faces in the house. We'll be able to share how we've worked together as a development program with private sector, with government partners, with service providers to grow and develop the food processing sector. So we really are looking forward to share what the program has done in the last 6 years of implementation. And in the house with us is also our biggest supporters and partners from USAID, from Partners in Food Solutions, TechnoServe themselves, and ISF advisors who are offering financial literacy and connectivity for access to finance to our food processors. So without further ado, I'd like to kick this off by welcoming our first remarks. It's written brief remarks, but I hope we can hear from you a bit more. Welcoming Mr. Andrew from USAID, Kenya, and East Africa. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning. And I'm very rudely skipping in line because my schedule got a little turned upside down. So I asked to kindly go first, and thank you for allowing me to do so. I did want to be here to see you all and to talk to you. One of the weird things about that we have these presences in country that are bilateral, that have our own programs running. We have things in Washington that receive Washington funding that are running, and very frequently we sort of pass like ships in the night and we don't know what we're all doing. So I want to take this opportunity to just give you very briefly a wave-top look at what USAID Kenya East Africa is doing when it comes to the global food security strategy and Feed the Future. And then maybe a call for better collaboration moving forward. And then I will, of course, throw out an opportunity that we can all be waiting for as a first touch point to make sure that that collaboration happens. Here in Kenya, East Africa, we program both bilateral, so money just for Kenya. We also program regional, so for East Africa, Feed the Future and WASH funding. We have about 24 and change million a year for bilateral programs in Kenya, and another about 20 in WASH programming for Kenya. Regionally, we're looking at about 20 per year for regional programming. That can certainly be to the benefit of Kenya and in partnership with Kenyan private sector, but it's got to have a regional play, just like it sounds in the way we describe it. Our previous strategy was focused on a 20% reduction in poverty, meaning up and over the poverty line, the actual poverty line, not just making people better off, but actually lifting them over the poverty line in a particular geography, and a 20% reduction in stunting in that same geography. We were working in 18 counties under the last strategy. Right now, we are actually in the process of refreshing our strategy, and unfortunately, because of a reduction in budget over the last 5 years of about 50%, we're taking that number of counties down to 9. I want to explain just quickly what that means, and then we'll move to the opportunities section next. But the counties where we measure the 20% reductions are not exclusive to where we are able to work. So I think very relevant to all of you here in the food processing space, we can still partner in Nairobi, Naivasha, in Nakuru, wherever we might be finding good partnerships, both public and private. There are no limits or restraints on our ability to do so. That geography is where we need to be trying to drive investment for the reduction of poverty. So we use that, I like to say, as our little kind of bargaining chip in our back pocket when we are partnering with the private sector and trying to negotiate a partnership with you. You might find us saying, have you thought about going and working in Homa Bay? Or have you thought about going and working in Kakamega? To see how we can move things. Again, not exclusive. There's no barrier to investing and working outside of that zone, but that is what we're liable for reporting against on an every 5-year basis. That, in a nutshell, is the Feed the Future kind of strategy and priority here. Now, how do we get there? Some of you may have heard of a few of our activities. KIM, the Kenya Investment Mechanism, KUZA working up north, livestock market systems. These are all just names like we have here. Those activities, by and large, are sunsetting, and we're moving into a phase 3 of Feed the Future programming here in Kenya and East Africa. So I just want to make a plug for one activity that should be awarded in April, called Local Food Systems, that is extraordinarily relevant and pertinent to everybody in the room. This is going to be a $50 million mechanism for 5 years that is looking for good partnerships, public and private, to support, writ large and generally speaking, a strong local food system. So agro-processing looms quite large when in that discussion, working with agri-vets and last mile delivery of inputs and services, certainly as well. I can't tell you more than that because we're in the black box of procurement on that right now, but it is almost awarded. So just please stay tuned in April because we will be making an announcement and they will come out, and the assumed successful applicant will definitely reach out and try to find you and discuss possible partnerships. We also have another vehicle coming out in June that will be much more private sector focused, but doing the same things, always moving towards that 20% reduction figure. That is almost purely a private sector partnership vehicle through grants and other arrangements, creative things that we're working on, and access to finance for agribusinesses to help you grow. And that's a little further down the line, but that will be coming out as well. Let me just say in closing that one thing that I would like to be doing here that I've tried to do in my career in the past is try to have a larger tent when it comes to Feed the Future. So please, for this activity that is ending in June, unfortunately, maybe it'll be too late, but maybe we can catch you before you actually close. We are going to be doing more partner gatherings, and that will be inclusive of centrally funded awards and partnerships. So please just stay tuned. We want to take this seriously. We don't want there to be any missed opportunities when it comes to all of our resources that are in play in Kenya and in the region. So we're going to be trying to have these convenings, trying to be intentional about rationalizing our work, identifying interesting and cool, innovative ways to partner and taking that next step so that we're not just all kind of disparate investments happening in the space. With that, I guess I just would say that I regret I can't stay here the whole day. I will leave my contact information with the organizers and with the activity, so please feel free to reach out. I mean, we've got a big, robust team that is looking to partner, looking to learn about your businesses, looking to talk with government officials about their needs, and just know that we're here. We're in the embassy, so it's sort of hard to get in there and talk to us, but we can always leave and go have a coffee or do something that's a bit easier than that. With that, without further ado, good luck today. These sound like they're going to be great conversations just from what I'm discussing here with Simply Foods and ABSA so far. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of really rich discussions and learning, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And we were hoping you'd have a bit more time to tell us more, but definitely we've rushed that to accommodate Andrew's time. But I hope that everyone has gotten a chance to link the Feed the Future vision and towards what we are going to discuss today. So I will, as our guests leave, I'll do a bit of housekeeping. Let's try and use this side of the podium so that we have a different background to allow for the screen not to interfere with the live streaming. And then additionally, anyone with a presentation, I know I should have whispered this, we can use the technical desk to get our presentations prepared. And of course, on your tables, you'll see a barcode. I know you're wondering why, in the usual fashion, we haven't prepared documents, agendas, folders, fact sheets, but we are going green. We have, as TechnoServe, we have a lot of programs that we are looking at regenerative, circularity, friendly ways to maintain our environment. So scan the code. Through the code, you'll receive an agenda. You'll see some of the program numbers. You'll see some of our learning documents, and we'll talk more to that as we proceed. But then to get us back to the agenda, I'd like to welcome our Deputy Country Director, Sebastian, to take us through and connect us to the TechnoServe vision. Welcome, Sebastian.
Good morning, everyone. I think someone wrote for me a speech, but I think I'll just talk. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sebastian, Deputy Country Director for TechnoServe in Kenya. And I think part of my brief is to, is the word sell TechnoServe, or is it talk about TechnoServe and then talk about the projects? I think USAID has left the room, so I can talk a bit about TechnoServe. So we've been around for around 50 years, for those who don't know us. And core to our history and our future is business. I think I can confidently say that a majority of those who work for TechnoServe have a business background, and not just business. We will start, for example, with someone who has expertise in food processing, and then they layer it on with finance, or they layer it on with business. And why is this? It's because of our practice areas. So let me talk a bit about our practice areas, and I'll talk about it with respect to how our teams have been operating the past just 2 weeks. I'll just talk about 2 weeks and end up with today. Just bear with me. So right now, there's somebody who is at a wet mill in central Kenya or in Rwanda talking about coffee. They're working with agronomists to train them to produce coffee well, translate it to the wet mills, process it, and it ends up at Nespresso. So when you take that espresso, more likely than not, it can be traced back to some of the work that we've done with with agronomists. Right now, there's a team working with young people in Mombasa. And what are they doing? They want to explore opportunities for young people to benefit from the blue economy. So you can see a bit of the diversity of how we operate. So that's practice area number 2, which is regenerative business. Okay? So the first one was coffee. The second one is regenerative business. The third one, which I'm forgetting right now, but I'll remember. But let me focus with the one that we're doing today. It's about processing. So let's talk about processing. What's the first principle in processing? The first principle in processing goes back millions of years. When we discovered fire, okay? The first process that human beings ever did was to use fire to convert food to a form that can be consumed, right? So fast forward 1 million years plus, and we have TechnoServe that understands that we would just have actually continued using fire to process, but not benefited from it. So a couple of individuals who we now call business, okay, found a way of making money out of processing. And that is the root cause and the root core of what TechnoServe does in processing. We understand that there are 3 components in processing. The first one is consumers. They need to eat food that is nutritious, that is available, that is affordable, that is safe, and that is nutritious. So that's just one bit of what we do in food processing as TechnoServe. But at the core of this, remember, is the private sector, because we recognize that the private sector holds some of that essential piece of the recipe that is required for consumers to get that food that I spoke about. The other piece in processing is about just the financial resources that are required, the technical skills that are required, which is also another specialty of TechnoServe. Right now, the country director is actually talking to a group of investors in Uganda about access to finance for agribusinesses. So that's another strength in what we do. So today we are talking about AINFP, which comes out of that food processing practice. Remember, the first one was coffee, the second one was entrepreneurship, the third one was regenerative business, and now we are talking about food processing. So this is where AINFP comes through. For 5 or 6 years, we've operated in 5 countries across Africa. Each of these countries have its very unique environment in operating. In Malawi, for example, we will focus on different crops. For example, groundnuts. In Zambia, it will be different. In Ethiopia, it's different. In Kenya, we've been very, very fortunate. Kenya actually has led in terms of private sector investment for AINFP. And just that tells you why we value you so much as a private sector. Our economy is made in a way that the private sector, when given the opportunity, when given the skills, when given the space, they will actually thrive. And that has been our core strategy, our key approach for working with you over the past couple of years. We feel we could have done possibly better, and there'll be another opportunity to do so, but you've done very, very well in diverse areas, in milk, in the dairy sector, in the nuts sector, in sorghum and millet. We've done well as AINFP. I don't want to rattle off the statistics because somebody else later is going to talk about the statistics. But for me, is to thank you so much for your collaboration. Because you've lived in the spirit of TechnoServe. We focus on business. We will continue focusing on business. We want to hear from you because your feedback is what makes us better at what we do. We listen. We are so customer focused that if you tell us, what you're talking about doesn't make sense to us, we will change. We shift like this. We are not that traditional NGO that will keep on, pouring money after bad. No, we listen to you. Tell us, we want to go into the bottom of the pyramid market, BOP market. And these are the constraints. These are what we need from you. And then we'll pivot very, very quickly. And that's essential to what we're going to discuss today. We want to hear back from you. We want you to tell us what we can do better, because we are actually in the process of thinking about something else. Because in business, you know how business is. That deal is signed, you have it in your pocket, but you're already running after the next one, right? And that's how TechnoServe is. But how do you do that? You study the market, and you are our market. We want to listen to you, and then we just pivot. So thank you so much for participating. I am hoping I've done justice to the team. Enjoy yourselves. Remember, we are customer focused. You don't need an appointment to come to TechnoServe as a client. No. You knock, and you start knocking here. Talk to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. You've proven that we don't need to be writing speeches in the middle of the night. That was brilliant, and I am so grateful that Sebastian has broken down what we do as TechnoServe. And I don't want to make this a class, but since we are all inducting you into TechnoServe, you're part of the TechnoServe family, I don't know who can tell me what practice has brought us here today. Not a TechnoServe person. From Sebastian's practices, which one has brought us here today? Yes?
I think it's more about food processing, and we are looking at it in terms of now the futuristic, where the country or the world is going in terms of the global warming and how that is going to impact our food production. So we have to be even more proactive, even in terms of our innovation. Like I was just thinking about the source of protein. It's a high time now we start rethinking about meat products. We have to think about vegetable product, TVS, TVP, as a source of protein, because land is becoming smaller every day. Grazing farm is becoming smaller every day. So even as we talk about it, we need to think strategically of how we'll take the globe into the next level amidst all these climate change and impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And just to introduce yourself.
My name is Stephen Wawero. I work for Adele Africa. We are consulting, especially in the area of nutrition and food processing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful, and one of the things that we want to hear as TechnoServe in ways and direction that we want to go into, how do we ensure sustainability? How do we support our industries, our sectors, to ensure that they are sustainable beyond the different shocks, economically, crisis-wise? So this forum will give us some of the things and interventions we've been able to get into through 6 years, and in those 6 years we've had different kinds of shocks as a local economy, as a global economy, as a continent. So I think this is the platform, and I'm excited to welcome the Deputy Chief of Party, Ms. Josephine, to tell us what the program is, what the program has done, what interventions have gone into place, and what have we achieved in terms of numbers. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Liz, and good morning, everyone. A warm welcome. I'm happy to have each and every one of us here, and I'm excited to see the room being a full house. Thank you, and I'm happy to share from our experiences what we've been able to do with the different food processors we've worked with, the different stakeholders who've actually made it a success. So at the end of this presentation, the numbers we'll be presenting will actually be a true testament to the great work we've done with all the food processors we have here, the distributors we have here, the different partners we've had here, the donors. So we truly appreciate each and every one of you. Maybe for those in the room who may not know who AINFP is, I'll be happy to start us off by talking about briefly AINFP. AINFP is quite a mouthful. It stands for the Alliance for Inclusive and Nutritious Food Processing Program. It was launched in 2015, and it is a partnership between USAID, Partners in Food Solution, whom you'll be hearing from briefly, and TechnoServe. Of course, you've heard a lot about the work we do at TechnoServe, so this is a partnership between the three partners you've mentioned. And our main objective is to improve the competitiveness of the food processing sector. And how we do this is through quite a number of interventions. So without deliberating, when you talk about our overall goal, as I've mentioned, our overall goal is to increase the production and availability of safe, nutritious, and affordable food. I think there are three words. There's safe there, there's availability, and affordability. So it's not just about the food production, but how do we ensure that this food actually is accessible to what we call the base of the pyramid population. By base of the pyramid is the low-income consumer. And besides that, the other key goal for us as a program is to improve the resiliency. As Liz has mentioned, we had quite a number of shocks that our clients did face. But then as a program, we had different innovation strategies that we did implement with our clients to ensure their resilience. They can continue processing, and we don't get to see anyone shutting down their businesses. And we are proud to say, as we are working with the client, we didn't get to see any face that, and we are proud and happy to mention that. Again, as a program, our focus is in the middle of the value chain. So as we work with the food processors who are in the processing value chain, that's our central or our main intervention area. And so as much as we work with the clients to support them in the processing area or industry, we still look for ways to support them, ensure they can access quality raw materials from the farmers, and at the same time ensure this food product gets the final consumer. So it's a farm-to-market support. But our entry level as a program is through the food processing. And how we work as AINFP, I mentioned we have three main partners here, USAID, PFS, and TechnoServe. So TechnoServe is the main local partner we have, and so we have local staff who work with our food processors to identify their business and technical needs. Once we've identified that, then we come in and provide the relevant technical assistance that may be required. We also work through Partners in Food Solution, whose PFS, I'll not talk so much about them because we have someone in the room who will talk about what they do. But through this partner, what we've been able to do is we've been able to get quite a number of volunteer experts in different areas that I'll be talking about, who've worked very closely with the program through a remote technical assistance or remote supports. And finally, we have other partners like ISF, of course, who've been critical in ensuring we can support our clients, continue processing, they have access to finance that's required to improve resiliency, to ensure they can continue processing or increase production of their foods. So in terms of our coverage, again, I won't dwell so much in that. We're working in 5 countries. We're in Tanzania, Kenya, Zambia, Ethiopia, and Malawi. And for the purpose of our function today, we are in Kenya, and happy to have you all. In terms of the main products that we support, this is not the entire list, but we listed some of the key value chains that we support. Dairy being a key one, flour being another key one, but then we have, in other countries, very unique products. So in Kenya, of course, when you talk about flour, we are looking at fortified flour, both maize and wheat flour. We have clients we've supported who are in fruits and vegetables. We have some clients who are in, let's say, the nuts value chain. We also have some in the unique value chains, like the orange flesh sweet potato. So as you'll be listening to some of the success story, you'll get to hear some of the areas we've been able to support. So in Kenya, looking at the clients we've supported 55 clients to date, and they're spread across the different counties, as you can see, right from Turkana, Laikipia, Uasin Gishu, Baringo, Nyeri, Machakos, Nairobi, Kiambu, So you can see we've been in quite a number of counties, and we are proud to have done that with the clients we've been able to work with. Yeah, so I'll now talk briefly about the key interventions we've had with the clients in the program. We've been able to provide different support to the clients, and I'll be talking to that. One of the key interventions we've been supporting is on customized technical assistance. And what do I mean by customized technical assistance? Just as the word suggests, what we do is we come in through our local technical staff on ground, be the best business or the food scientists or the food technologists. We go into the businesses, identify what's the need of a client, because each business is unique. So based on the need we've identified, we look at what is the gap, then how can we support? Hence the reason we're talking about customized technical assistance. So each client has a unique need, and so each client has a unique support that they get to receive. In terms of the program, as I've mentioned, we support both on the technical aspect, in that case we call it food technology support, and we also have the business development support. If you look at some of the areas we've been able to support in terms of technical, we've been able to support clients put in place food safety and management systems, hence our focus on food safety. And not just the food safety, but also ensuring our clients are compliant with the regulatory bodies or authority. We've also been able to support clients develop new products, not only developing new products, but also helping improve on the quality. In some instances where you had a product that was of low quality, we have been able to support some clients do that. Of course, we've been also able to support a few clients on fortification, milling technology. I'll not belabor so much on that. On the other hand, what we've been able to do is support some clients on their business aspect. More specifically, looking at how do they come up with a clear business and marketing strategy? How do they come in with branding designs? How are they able to ensure they're doing the right sourcing and logistics for their program and ensure the same product gets the final consumer? So from the customized technical assistance to date, we are happy to have reached 55 clients, 24 being women-owned or led food processing companies. The other intervention area is on smallholder farmer linkages support. As I'd mentioned, we don't work directly with the farmers, but our entry level is the food processor level. So as we support the clients, again, what we've mainly focused on is on building strong relationships or collaborations with some partners. And I'm happy I've seen Farm to Market Alliance in the house. That has been one of our major partners we've been able to work very closely with to link our clients with smallholder farmers as well as aggregators. We all know that raw material sourcing is actually a big challenge for most of the clients. But through the support we've been able to provide to the clients, through smallholder farmer linkages, we've been able to see some clients start sourcing. And not only direct linkages, but then through the partnership again with partners like Farm to Market Alliance, we've been able to successfully hold a B2B forum where we've been able to bring food processors, aggregators, the smallholder farmer groups into one room, and we've had transactions take place. Then, as we speak to date, we've been able to successfully establish over 10,000 new relationships or new linkages with smallholder farmers, and this has seen us have processors sourced from farmers and result in a value of purchases of over 4.6 million USD. The other intervention area, which is also a critical one for us, is the sector-wide training. And for sector-wide training, what we've done is we've come in to establish what is a common challenge that is facing the food processing sector, or the food processing industry. And so based on the gaps we've been able to identify, we've been able to design quite a number of trainings, which we've been able to successfully deliver. And one of the most critical training we've been able to deliver is on food safety. Of course, food safety is a cross-cutting challenge. We are all aware of that. And then the other challenge we've been able to help, or the other training we've been able to undertake is on training, that's the BOP market training, basically to support our clients sell to the final consumer, but then how to ensure the final consumer is a low-income consumer. So we've been able to support clients develop marketing strategies that are relevant to sell to the base of the pyramid consumers. We've also been able to undertake an access to finance training. That is with the support of our partner, who's ISF Advisors, who's also in the room. We've also been able to undertake other trainings like operational excellency in partnership with Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And then we've also been able to undertake women leadership and management training. I think I saw a consultant in the room. Again, we are happy to have done that successfully. We've also been able to undertake good manufacturing practices. And finally, gender responsive business practices training. Through all these trainings, we've been able to successfully reach over 700 employees of the food processing companies who are drawn from over 100 food processing companies. In terms of our increased access to finance, I've mentioned briefly, we've worked with ISF partners. And through ISF partners, how we've done this, again, we'll have a session. On access to finance, we'll have our partner who's going to be speaking to it, so I'll not delabor on it. What we've done is we've been able to work with both the demand and the supply side. By the demand side, I mean supporting the food processors who actually in need of financing. And before we start supporting in terms of giving financing, we've had a clear, detailed analysis of what the gaps are, and does the client really need the financing, to ensure that the financing the client needs is actually going to help or support the business grow. And on the other side, we've also worked very closely with financiers or the capital providers to identify what are some of the relevant products that can benefit the clients we are working with. So through that demand and supply support in Kenya, we've been able to support food processors access over 3.6 million in grant and debt financing. Big sized products like it's a 1 kg, we've had some clients who are even selling a 200 gram, 500 gram, just to ensure that the product they're selling to the low income consumer is affordable. We've also had B2B forums where we've also brought together different distributors in the same room together with our food processors, and we've had transactions take place. And when you look at the distributors, it's been both the physical and the digital platform distributors. And so we are happy to report that to date, we've been able to establish over 2,000 new market linkages with the retailers, the last mile distributors, and which has resulted to over 4.6 million of food being sold in the BOP market. I'm sure all of us are aware this is the Gender Month. And so as a program, we have deliberate interventions that see to it that we ensure there's gender inclusion in our program. And when we look at gender inclusion, there are quite a number of activities we've done or we've undertaken as a program. And one of the interventions we've done or deliberate activities we've undertaken is to recruit more women-owned businesses or women-led businesses in the program. And why we've done this is to support the women-owned or led businesses build their technical capacity as well as their managerial capacity to effectively run their businesses. And the other thing we've done is through women in leadership training, we've been able to see over 25 women-owned or led businesses undertake this training. And as a result of that training, we're actually happy to see lots of results, and you'll be listening into some of the stories. We've gotten some of the clients whose confidence have been built. They can now pitch, they can now talk, they can manage their businesses effectively. And we are happy looking at the impact that training has had. The other deliberate interventions we've had are networking events, the coaching and mentorship. We've had quite a number of networking events, which we've held with quite a number of our partners, our stakeholders who are in the room. And through this, what we've been able to do is we've been able to link the food processors we've worked with different industry players and different leaders in the food processing sector. The other support area we've done is supporting clients develop an inclusive business plan. And through this, we've seen some of our clients, some of our food processors who've started ensuring there's an equal integration of both gender in their sourcing plans or in their sourcing strategy. And finally, what we've had, and it's still ongoing, we've had a gender-responsive business practices training, where we've had clients being trained in it, of course, both women-owned, men-owned, and led businesses. And we are happy that through this training, most of our clients have been able to actually look at what the gaps are and which are the areas to improve to ensure there's gender equality in their interventions or in the different activities they undertake in their business, right from the sourcing, the production, to this distribution end. And so through our deliberate gender interventions, we've been able to successfully reach 24 women-owned, stroke-led businesses, I'd mentioned. And we've also had 356 women attend our sector-wide training out of the over 700 women that we had. The other thing is our key critical area for us is, besides doing the training, we're also keen on checking on adoption. And we're happy to see that out of our over 400 participants, we've had over 200 women adopting some of the food processing practices. Not just food processing practices, but improved and in some cases new practices. We're also happy to report that from our interventions, we've had women-owned businesses report over 20 million USD in value of sales. And we've also had, out of the jobs that have been created in the program, we've had over 200 new jobs being going to the women. And finally, from the food processors we've supported, in terms of the raw material sourcing, we've had 31,000 of these farmers being we've been able to reach 55 clients with CTA, or the customized technical assistance. As a result of this support, we are happy to report that our clients have been able to report over 149 million USD in value of sales, both at the food processor level and also from the value of purchases from the farmers that they source from. So when you talk about specific sales by the food processors we've been able to report, we've been able to report over 127 million USD, and we are proud to see those results there. And then in terms of our program participants, to date as a program, we are proud to mention that we've been able to directly reach over 1,400 participants. And we talk about participants, it's both in our customized technical assistance and in our trainings. And indirectly, we've been able to reach over 84,000. When we mean indirectly, in this case, we are looking at the farmers who are working directly with the clients we are supporting. And then in terms of access to finance, which I mentioned, which has also been a big thing for us in Kenya, we've been able to support the clients we've worked with to access over 3.7 million USD in financing, both grant and loan. Of course, loan is the huge number, which is at 3.0 million, and grant at around 0.6 million. Sorry, 0.6, 600,000 in terms of grant financing. Sorry for that. Yeah, and finally, as I wind up, looking at the great results we've been able to see, looking at the great numbers we have, the different interventions we've had, and of course, all this has been made possible because of the collaborations we've had with all the food processors, the different stakeholders we have in the room, both the private and the public partners we've had in the program. As a program, we've had deliberate interventions to document all our learnings, to inform future programmings, and for any stakeholder in the room who'd be willing to also learn from what you've been able to, the journey you've gone through. through the results you've been able to achieve. We are happy to inform you that you've gotten quite a number of learnings we have, and some are still in the pipeline. We have 2 learning briefs that you've been able to successfully disseminate, one on the private sector engagement learning forum and the gender brief. And if you can scan the barcodes on your desks, you'll be able to see the detailed learnings on the private sector engagement and the gender brief. So at your free time, feel free to go through all those learnings. It's quite a number, so we didn't want to project, but you have time to go through them. And we have quite a number of knowledge papers again that we are developing, which are almost getting to the tail end. We have a nutrition brief, and I think Adele will be happy to look at that once it's out. The other one is on the regenerative food processing, which our Deputy Country Director talked so passionately about. You'll be able to see learning on that. And we also have learning on the smallholder farmer engagement. Again, we've mentioned quite a number of partners we've worked with, but in those learning papers, you'll be able to see some of the learnings that can inform either the food processors as you source the raw materials, or as you want to engage in some of these intervention areas, how can you go about them? What has worked and what has not worked? And finally, we also have a brief that we are developing. That's on the bottom of the pyramid brief. We've had quite a number of studies done. That's on the base, the impact the program has had on the BOP consumer, and of course the impact on the smallholder farmer. That's why we are very passionate on the last 2 learning briefs, and we'll soon be reaching out to you for webinars or for just to inform you where you can get those papers from. So finally, from our end, besides the publications that I mentioned, we've also had webinars that we've been able to hold around our knowledge areas. The first one we had, that was last week, for those who are able to join again, was on the impact of customized financial supports to small and medium enterprises. It was a learning from a study we'd undertaken with the support of ISF advisors. And very soon, that's on the week of the 28th, 29th, we'll be holding another webinar. That's on the smallholder farmer sourcing lean impact study that we had. I thank you so much, and I believe we'll have a question and answer at the end of this session. Thank you.
Unless there's a very burning question. I know Josephine has shared a lot, and it's an overview actually of all the work we've done and our achievements. So unless there's a burning one question for Josephine before she steps off stage. Okay. And I know this is not your first time to interact with the program, so I know that's why we don't have a lot of questions shooting up, because all of you here have either been part of the interventions as a food processor, as a partner, as a consultant, as an expert. So we definitely know you understand and you've interacted with the various interventions that Josephine has spoken about. So to introduce our program partner and our technical, customized technical assistance partner that offers remote assistance by some of the largest food processing companies in, I think it's in the Americas. I'll welcome you, Faith Ngila. She is a senior programs manager at Partners in Food Solutions. Welcome, Faith.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the session so far. As she said, I work with Partners in Food Solutions, and we've had the joy of partnering with TechnoServe in implementing this program in Kenya and in 4 of the other countries that we are working in. So today mine is just to share with you who PFS is and what we do. So Partners in Food Solutions is a non-profit organization that works here in Africa with food processing companies, giving them technical advice and also business consulting services. And we do this by linking the food processors with volunteer experts from our corporate partners. Just like AINFP, PFS focuses on the middle of the value chain, so that is in the area of food processing. And we do this, of course, by identifying the needs that our food processors have here in Africa, and then finding volunteer experts in our pool and linking them with our food processors so that they can remotely advise them. And that is how we make our contribution to food security in Africa. Now, we have 7 different corporate partners where our expertise comes from, and this is where all our volunteers come from. There's General Mills, Cargill, James Marker, Beulah, DSM, Hershey's, and Arden Mills. So for the food processors that we've been able to interact with in the AINFP program, they've all interacted with volunteers from these corporate partners. They all have a lot of expertise and knowledge in food processing, and so it's been great to see the transformation there when our food processing companies here in Africa interact with our volunteers. Other than those corporate partners, we do work with other players in the ecosystem. And for today, definitely want to acknowledge our partnership with TechnoServe. From when PFS was founded 15 years ago, we have worked with TechnoServe on different programs like the AINFP, and of course, this being the current program that we're talking about. In terms of the PFS reach, we are now in 11 countries in Africa. We have worked with more than 2,000 food processors and have engaged also more than 2,000 volunteer experts. And this has had a lot of impact to our food companies, the smallholder farmers they source from, the employees that these companies employ. And a percentage of these companies are owned and led by women. Now, particularly in the AINFP program, PFS has worked with over 100 of the food processors that have been part of the AINFP program. And to these, we've offered more than 360 different services, these being projects, mentorships, and other services that we've been able to put together for our clients. And in these, we have engaged more than 750 volunteer experts from our corporate partners. And these individuals have all volunteered a good number of hours. More than 32,000 hours have gone in the work that we've done in the AINFP program. Particularly in Kenya, we've had 67 different services ranging from projects, mentorships, and others, and we've worked with 26 out of the 55 clients that have been supported by AINFP, and we've worked with over 150 volunteers, all of them dedicating more than 6,000 hours in working with our clients. Now, PFS expertise comes in different areas depending on what the client needs. But these 4 areas are the top areas that we have had food processors, particularly in Kenya, request for. A number of companies have wanted to improve their products and formulate new products. And these have ranged from blended flours, cashew, peanut butter, RUSF, juices, baked goods, snack bars. So we've been able to support a good number of clients in AINFP in this area. Quality and regulatory as well. We've had a good number of volunteer experts working with processors that want to develop their labs and want to be certified in different quality certification, whether it's FSSC, ISO, HACCP, and we've also done some work in business strategy with companies as well as project engineering. Now, today we'll spend a lot of time hearing from clients, and I'm looking forward to that as well. But here is just a snippet of what PFS volunteers have said about their engagement with with AINFP clients. They have definitely enjoyed interacting with different cultures, having that intercultural interaction with the food processors in Africa. As much as the food processors here in Africa learn from our volunteers, they also get to learn about how we process food here in Africa, They get to learn about clients, and they get to grow professionally as a result of volunteering. So that's my brief presentation for today. Thank you, and looking forward to the rest of this day.
Thank you so much, Faith. I don't know if there's anyone with a question for Faith, especially on how the PFS partners from Smarkers, Hashies, interact with processors in Kenya. Like a small example, but then of course we know technology is there, and unless there's a question on how that works, but then I know Faith has been able to share that. So thank you so much for that short presentation, Faith, and I hope by now everyone has been able to connect so far why you're here, why the forum, what interventions AINFP is or has undertaken, what goal we were achieving towards, we were working towards, what sectors, what outcomes and interventions we've gone through to get us to this day. So we've looked at impact numbers, we've looked at achievements, we've talked about some of the lessons learned and where to get write-ups and resources on what we are sharing with the ecosystem, on what we've learned through the 6-year journey. So to take us through, additionally telling us how we've worked with stakeholders and especially how we've worked with the ministry in Kenya is Ms. Ann Mudhoni from the State Department of Industry in the government of Kenya. Welcome, Ann.
Good morning, everyone. As you've heard, my name is Ann Mudhoni Kiarie, working for the State Department for Industry, the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. So just taking you through briefly. I don't know whether I need these glasses. I think I can see. So mine is just to welcome you to the forum. Well, I may not know the mix. I think we didn't have a round of introduction to get to know who is with us. But I feel welcome, all of you, as we interact in this session. And it's an honor just to extend my greetings and acknowledgement each one of you has gathered here. And also to bring my greetings also from my PS, Dr. Juma Mukwana. He would have wanted to be with us, but due to other engagements, that's why he's not with us. But he's well represented here. I'm here with a team of 4 other officers. I think they can stand just to be acknowledged where they are. Yeah, they work with the State Department for Industry in the Research, Manufacturing and Industrialization Policy Directorate. Thank you, you can have a seat. So we progress. So we are saying that in the ministry, we have 3 state departments. We have the State Department for Investment Promotion, Trade and also Industry, where we are domiciled. And this briefly, that is just what we do, is our vision and our mission, the globally competitive and sustainable industrial enterprise and trade sector, and also to facilitate an accelerated growth of investment, trade and industrial sectors through providing an enabling policy, legal, and just get down there. I think we are trying to look at the institutional framework as we provide, as a ministry, that is our mission, how we wake up every day to make sure that those ones who are doing manufacturing, those ones who are doing trading, those ones who are coming as investors, they have the framework well. And these are some of our core values. What we try to focus, we are customer focused, integrity and transparency, teamwork, professionalism, creativity and innovativeness, effectiveness and efficiency, and equity and inclusivity. Sorry. Continue. So we are saying that is part of our mandate as the State Department for Industry, that we promote and facilitate domestic and foreign investments And also investment policy and attraction. We have the issue of industrial policy and planning. We also have the issue of Buy Kenya, Build Kenya policy and strategy, and also to promote standardization in industry through our Parastatal Kenya Bureau of Standards, promotion and oversight of development of the special economic zones and industrial parks. We have what we call CESA, Special Economic Zones Authority. We have Kenya Property Rights Policy, that's under KIPI, and the promotion of value addition and agro-processing. These are some of our mandate. Continue. We also have the textile sector, the leather sector, oversight and regulation of the scrap metal industry. You have heard of late about the Scrap Metal Council. Yeah. Then we also have the industrial training and capacity development. We have an institute in Nakuru called Kenya Industrial Training Institute. We also have the issues of combating the counterfeit trade and other dealings in counterfeit good. We have the ACA under us, oversight, administration, and enforcement of the local content. We are trying to very much make sure that we have local content, that we don't just consume that which comes from outside the country, but we also try to see that what is produced by Kenyans is also consumed locally. So those are some of the directorates. I think you can see them. You can go on. So now I delve now to the initiatives about what the State Department does in terms of supporting sustainable business growth in the food processing sector. And we have different policies and programs, and these, some of them are like Vision 2030, aims to enhance agricultural productivity and sustainability, and it mainly focuses on value addition and processing. And also we have the session of paper number 9 of 2012. It's our main Bible. It's the National Industrialization Policy. And in there, we have enumerated the issues and how we are tackling the various sectors, agro industries and food industries being one of them. We also have the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy, that is from our sister ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture. We also have the KITP, we call it the Kenya Industrial Transformation Program. And if there also we have enumerated various issues, how we are tackling the agro-based industries or the food processing being one of them. Of late, we also, with the Kenya Kwanza, we have the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the BETA, and also its position agriculture as cornerstone of economic recovery with the National Agroecology for Food System Transformation Strategy. It offers coordinated approach to transforming food and agricultural systems. We also have the R&D, promotes investment in R&D through partnerships, like through CALO, and you also have the KIRDI. You have heard of KIRDI, it's Kenya Industrial Research, so that you can understand for those ones maybe who are doing maybe like if you are importing some machinery, there's some duties which can be waived. And also the standards and quality assurance, that is to ensure high quality standards in the food processing sector through KEBS, and it's sure for both local consumption and also to make sure that we are competitive when we come to exporting in the global market. And also we have the issue of MCA. We work very closely with the Ministry of Environment to ensure that even as we do manufacturing, we also take care of the environment. The National Climate Change Action Plan, this plan outlines Kenya's strategies for adapting to and mitigating the effects of climate change, impacting sectors such as agriculture, water, energy, and health. We also have the renewable energy policy, because we are looking at green manufacturing, so for also the food processing, so that they can adapt the green manufacturing, but they can also use maybe the renewable energy, like for the geothermal, the solar and the wind, and also the hydroelectric power. So have the Forest Conservation and Management Act, because as you look at us as the State Department for Industry, invest in infrastructure, as I talked about before, supportive policy environment, quality standards and certification, and market information and access, and technology adoption. Let's continue. So these are the trade agreements or initiatives that benefit the industry. They are also important to us because when you produce something and you don't have the market, you see, you need to produce and also be able to get it to the market. We have like the EAC, the East Africa Community Common Market Protocol, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. By ratifying AfCFTA, Kenya gains access to a single market across Africa of over 1 billion people, promoting exports and fostering economic integration within Africa. We have Kenya United States and Investment Forest Agreement, TIFA, and also currently also AGOA is still going on until 2025. We are hoping African Growth and Opportunity Act, and we are hoping it to be extended. I don't know how many of you have been taking advantage of that, because it offers duty-free. You're able to export duty-free, and we issue the AGOA certificates actually from our department. Then we have the trade agreements with the European Union, then China, Kenya Economic Trade Cooperation, and we have bilateral investment trade treaties signed with various countries. That bilateral is maybe 2 countries. Kenya signs with another country, depending on what area they would want to collaborate in. The role of government in facilitating export and promoting competitiveness. We talk about the trade policies and agreements. Kenya formulates and implements trade policies and agreements to enhance export opportunities by negotiating favorable terms with other countries and regional blocs like the EAC and AFCFTA, export promotion agencies, entities like Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, KEPROBA, provide support and guidance to local exporters, offering services such as market information, trade facilitation, capacity building, and finance assistance. Infrastructural development, government invests in infrastructure like roads, ports, etc., and quality standard and certification. The KEBS ensures that local products meet international quality standards, allowing Kenyan exporters to access global markets with confidence. We also have export financial incentives. Financial support and incentives are provided by the government to encourage export-oriented activities, including export credit facilities, grants, tax incentives, and subsidies. Then we have market access support, research and development, policy advocacy, and regulatory reforms. Continue. Importance of collaboration between government and private sector. This also, I think, continue. And I think that's just about it. This is just a conclusion. And we're gathered here today amidst collaboration and innovation. Let's reflect on our collective journey. Our industry faces pivotal choices, shaping tomorrow's landscape. And together we hold the power to foster a sustainable future built on unity and purpose. Together we can chart a course towards sustainable business growth and improved resilience in our food processing ecosystem, a future where prosperity, equity, and sustainability go hand in hand. So thank you so much for listening to me. And that is our contact. I've given you our phone number and our email, and also you can interact with us on our website, and you can see where we are based at NSSF building. So I think I give it back to the presenter.
We already have a question before I avoid.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. It's quite amazing the different initiatives that the government is engaging. My question is, I don't think that's going to be the only point of contact for some of these initiatives, unless that really is the primary place that we communicate. So it'd be really helpful to have, I don't know, like a message from the TechnoServe team that, you know, these different initiatives, whether it's exporting into the region, into Rwanda, into Uganda, whether it's exporting into Europe or other parts, or, you know, grant opportunities, or yeah, I'd love to know a little bit more around how do we really communicate with government of Kenya on these agro-processing type initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think he's trying to, he's asking at what point maybe as government we are assisting or how the opportunities become real. They are real. Yes.
Help us hone in on where small companies like us can really find the right person to talk to and not be fobbed off by, oh, they're out or they're out of the office or they're traveling on a trade mission. Help us to really target the right people to speak to on these different initiatives.
Like for example, I have given you the Kiproba office, Kenya Export and Branding Agency. They are based at Anniversary Towers, especially in terms of exporting. In terms of exporting, I think they are on 16th floor. I don't know whether some of you have interacted with them. I invite you to interact with them. Also, come to our office, visit us, because as a ministry, we are like the door. We open the door, and then some of these are parastatals, so you'll be able to get information, and we'll hand-hold you. If you want, for example, I've told you about the American market. If you want to see how maybe you can, if you look at the products and if you can be able to get market at the other side, and then you get the HS codes, then we prepare for you the certificate, and you're able to ship your consignment duty-free to America. And if it is the European market, all those, because we have also the State Department for Trade. They are at Anniversary Towers. They're on 15th floor. So, not Anniversary Towers, they are on the Posta Towers, the State Department for Trade. So you are welcome. We are at NSSF building on the 23rd, 22nd and 23rd building, 23rd floor, block A.
I think, thank you, that's great. I suspect most small food processors here are more interested in how do we build markets in East Africa before we even attempt to aim for America or for Europe. So whether TechnoServe would agree with that, I don't know, but I'm sure that will be the first initiatives that could really begin to show relevance in engaging with the Kenyan government and then potentially the Ugandan, the Rwandan, and other markets.
And the EAC, yes. Also, we have the Ministry of EAC. They are at the cooperative building. So, welcome. Thank you.
Maybe I would have asked a question before you take your seat, Madam. And mine concerns the issue of devolvement of government services. I'm trying to think of a company that is going to be based in Turkana, for example, or an operation that is going to be based somewhere in Lamu, and they want to do something, maybe even to export their produce, and we refer them all the way to our capital city here. It's likely to be more of a deterrent and a facilitative process. So I think in terms of devolvement of your operation, maybe to the county level for ease of accessibility, especially in this area of food production, food processing, value addition, marketing, and the like. I think it is something, I don't know whether the government has thought through the process. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we already have the trade, the internal trade is actually devolved. So they should be in all the counties. We also have offices. We are trying to build staff. We have the regional offices which are manned for the industrial development officers. And with the time, maybe we'll see whether we can man all the 47 counties. But right now we have 10 officers who are manning for us in across the former provinces. But we will be able to build, as right now we have received more officers. We have been really understaffed. So right now at least we are trying to build staff, and first we have to orient them and everything, so that even as they go to the field, they'll be able to know what exactly to disseminate. But the field officers, the trade officers are devolved, and so they also act as a pathway. If you get to the Office of Trade, they should be able to, they can make a call. You don't have to come to Nairobi to go to anniversary towers. They should be able to get you an email or a contact so that if you're in Lamu or wherever, you don't have to travel. Because what you need is information. And if that information can be delivered through email or through a phone call, and the person is a doorway, they'll be able to provide. I think that should suffice. Thank you.
Mine is more a comment. Okay, one, I want to agree with you. Trade is devolved, but it has not worked to help the sector. It has worked to complicate the sector. I keep saying devolution is an excellent thing, but what it did, or what it seems to have done on the ground, is create 47 countries instead of 47 counties. So everyone comes up with their own fees and levies. Even the bodies on the ground create fees that contradict what the national government has put in place. I just wanted to add on to his comments about the processing. The new companies that are in this program give your ministry, and especially through Kiproba, an excellent opportunity to grow what I believe is the beginning of an explosion in manufacturing. You can only do Buy Kenya, Build Kenya if Kenyans know what the products that are Kenyan are. And this creates for you an opportunity to really run with that sector. That's starting with the bottom of the pyramid and bringing it up, so that as Kenyans embrace their own products, when you go to a foreign country, I always say the only person who can export a Kenyan product is a Kenyan. And I use the formal retail sector as an example. Because Chinese are in Kenya, they're demanding Chinese products. Net effect, we have aisles within our local supermarket selling purely Chinese products. So it has to start here. It does not start in Uganda, it does not start in Ghana, it does not start in the US. It has to start here so that the Kenyans internalize their own products, demand more of it, grow them in terms of quality, packaging, ability to compete on an international shelf, and then we can talk about exporting our local products. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I forgot to say that we have officially declared the function is officially declared open. Thank you. Sorry.
So the final question for you, Anne.
My name is Viola. I'm from Eldoret. My question is, okay, I've looked at what you've talked about. There's a lot that is very beneficial to us small SMEs, especially on the small, from the different parts of the smaller regions of the country. Do you have like open days where you can be able to actually help us understand some of the opportunities that you discussed here, for us even to understand how to engage with the government? Because I'm looking at so many things and I'm like, wow, this is really some of the things that we require, but we don't find them on the ground. We are not even aware what is happening in the national government. So kindly, I don't know whether you have open days where you can come down and educate us in all those issues that you've discussed here today. My second question is about trading. I still wonder why the government is not able to help us trade within counties. I don't see why I can't sell my products in Mombasa, why we can't sell products, just within ourselves, because why should I start thinking about export when even somebody in Mombasa can't even access my products? What is the government doing to ensure that happens? Yeah, those are my two questions.
Thank you, Viola. Viola? Is it Viola? Okay, thank you. You're asking whether we have open days. But for us, we go to work every morning. It's an open day because we come to our offices every day. There are those ones who come to see us. And we don't charge. There are no charges. So we just welcome you. Sometimes we do have the Kenya Industrialization Week. Like last we had it in October. We do have that time when we interact with the Kenyans, and we normally have exhibitions, and we do provide what exactly we do. And then also you're talking about trading within counties. That one is actually encouraged. Unfortunately, we had those cess issues, and these counties charging a cess for you to move to the other one. But we say that the county which is manufacturing actually, and maybe the one which is domiciled to get it, the last one, I think those are the two who should be able to charge that cess. But they should not charge just because you pass through the road. That one, I think that one was sorted. It should be where the product is being manufactured and where it is ending. I think those are the two counties who should be able to get that cess. So, and that way, we are also having maybe another, something we call county aggregation and industrial parks. I don't know how many of you have heard about it. It's an initiative, the Kenya Kwanza government, where we are working together, and we are trying to establish manufacturing hubs in all the 47 counties. And some of them have been launched. We have had 18 counties who have launched. Some have even started construction. And we as government, we are not manufacturers. You know, we want the private sector to come and take advantage of those areas. And with the areas now, we'll be able also to be supported with whatever the services we provide as our parastatals, as the ministry, in those CAIPs, that is in the 47 counties. Even the others will soon be launching because the national government is injecting a fund, and the county government is also going to inject a fund. So please let those hubs not become, you know, just things which are constructed and they are not active. Make use of them as processors, manufacturers, and also so that, because even there the information about export now will be devolved, the Kiproba and all that KEBS, they are going to come down there and be able to advise the SMEs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Because of time, I don't think we can take another question. And we have another one. I think we'll have to pack the questions for the Q&A session and also tea break. So tea break is an amazing time for us also to break the ice. I know we didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves, but as we look at the different products our food processors have put out on the exhibition booths, we'll have tea, we'll walk around, and we'll get to know each other. But because of time, I know 2 questions. I'll carry that forward. I'll welcome the country program manager, Rose Gatongi, to take us through 4 short stories from our processors.
Good morning. We are honored to host you today, and we are looking forward to great deliberations. We are now getting into the most interesting section of the program, because the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And our clients have been with us since inception in 2018, and they will be telling us about the kind of impact that the services we provide have had on their businesses and on their, lives as leaders and managers of the businesses that they run. But before I do that, before I invite 4 of our clients to be able to share their stories, I want to mention what we call the private sector engagement approach that has enabled us to achieve the kind of results that Josephine shared. And I want to remind you some of the numbers that she mentioned. The value of sales to all markets by the 55 food processing companies that we have worked with, that is over 127 million US dollars. And the value of sales of raw materials coming from the smallholder farmers that we have worked with, that amounts to 21.79 million US dollars, among other achievements that our DCUP mentioned earlier today. So we work through what we call the private sector engagement approach, where we work with and through private sector players. And I want to mention just some of the principles that we have adopted that have enabled us to realize the results that we have shared this morning. So we provide technical assistance to individual food processing companies to unlock business growth potential and opportunities, as well as private sector investments. And Josephine did mention that we assess food processing companies to be able to see what gaps on the technical side, business gaps that they have, and we are able to together come up with solutions or approaches that will be able to help in bridging those gaps. And then another principle that we have adopted is co-hosting trainings with the private sector. We have worked with industry associations such as Kenya Association of Manufacturers. We have worked with consultants. We have worked with financial institutions. For example, in our access to finance training, we have conducted those trainings together with our the financial institutions that are in the room, the KCB, there's Absa Bank, among others. And that has enabled us to be able to realize 3.7 million USD in terms of the money that our clients have been able to access. And then another way is building the capacity of local service providers to be able to build the industry. For example, we have what we call the training of trainers program to be able to build the capacity of the local service providers that we work with. Another way is our clients have skin in the game. For example, our sector-wide trainings, they pay what we call subsidized rates to be able to appreciate the content that we share, and of course to be able to own their own transformation. And the last principle that I want to share is we share tools with our clients for them to be able to develop things like investment pitch decks or business model canvas or business plans. So we do not do it for them, because when you do it for them, they will not be able to own their own solutions or their own transformation. So those are some of the ways in which we work with our clients. And Josephine did mention that we have about 6 key activities that we conduct in the program: customized technical assistance to individual food processing companies, sector-wide training delivered through local consultants who are already working directly with the food processing companies, smallholder farmer linkages, and she did mention that we are working closely with Farm to Market Alliance to be able to support our food processing companies to access not only quality raw materials, but adequate raw materials that they need, and consistently. Another key intervention is business development and access to finance support. I already mentioned that. And we have worked with Initiative for Smallholder Finance, ISF advisors, and as a result, 3.7 million USD has been disbursed to our clients. So strengthening distribution channels, again, we have continued to work with distributors. We have continued to work with consultants to be able to train our food processing companies on how to target both the BOP markets and the high-end markets. And last but not least, promoting women's economic empowerment. We have been able to work with consultants. We have also had women networking events, and we have hosted those events with associations like the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And without further ado, I want to invite our clients to be able to share their stories. Each one of them will have about 7 minutes so that we are able to appreciate their journey. They will talk to us about the businesses they run, what do they do. They will also tell us what gaps led them to apply for partnership with our program. They will tell us what interventions we were able to work on together in partnership. And lastly, but not least important, they will tell us what results they have been able to register as a result of the partnership that we have had for the last 6 years. So the first person to come is Emma Waithera, who is a co-director in Aspendos Dairy Limited. Emma, over to you, followed by Shriti Patel, the CEO of Simply Foods Limited. Then we will have Winnie Wandimi, the CEO of Whimsy Limited, sorry. Then we will also have Viola Minor, who is the CEO of Gooseberry Delights Limited. In that order, 7 minutes each, so that we're able to appreciate your journey. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Waiting for the presentation for our spenders. Okay, my name is Emma, and I'm delighted to talk to you through our journey with TechnoServe, which started as an introduction from Absa Bank in 2019, who are our primary bankers. We started with a project of strategy. We started with strategy formulation. So we did have a strategy in place, but TechnoServe introduced a different aspect for us about being aware of why we exist and the impact that we have on the society. We did our vision, we did our mission, we did our strategic plan, and we were able to identify why we exist, not just to make money, but to make sure that we have good, concrete impact on our community. TechnoServe acted as a thinking partner for Aspendos. We were able to identify how many farmers do we have, what are the challenges that the farmers were having. Every day we serve about 7,000 farmers, and TechnoServe was able to identify to us that the times that we pick milk from the farmers was not good enough. Who is doing the slideshow? Thank you. Those are our flagship products. So as a result of that, we have 2 coolers which have been put in place to make sure that the farmers, especially in the very cold part of Murang'a, are not waking up at night. And we have throughout collection of milk the whole day. That was in 2019. I can't even read that. Then in 2020, COVID came. And my goodness, we panicked. Then TechnoServe quickly introduced to us the partners in food solution. Faith Gila was on our case all the time. We did a lot of Zoom calls. They introduced us to the concept of VUCA times. And the main question we're asking ourselves as Aspendos, are we ready for the uncertain time? If everybody turns up at work and we got COVID-19, what would we do? That was an interesting season for us. So we did mentorship. I was assigned to a US mentor. My team was very uncomfortable, being asked very difficult questions. How much are you making? Our accounts were interrogated by the partners in food solution. What that made is that we got a cost accountant. Again, that was with the assistance of TechnoServe. Anthony, I don't know where Anthony is. Anthony Etiang has been really a darling to us. We interviewed a gentleman. He identified that we needed somebody full-time, just tracking the cost of our business. That was really good. We did a lot of work in 2020 during the COVID time in the finance department. And that was really to check our cost of production. Wastages on the production floor were at about 3% at that time, which Anthony was able to tell us, no, that's not good at all. And as of yesterday, we were recording 0.2% wastage and 0.8% wastage. That was really good. This was as a result of process engineering and working with General Mills. It was really nice to work with, I think she was called Amy, and a gentleman called Michael. I think he was very senior people with a company in the US. So we went to America. Indeed, we did, from the comfort of our sitting room in 2020. And we did many long hours. I remember sitting at 9 o'clock doing Zoom calls that were not ending, and the team being extremely uncomfortable. So thank you so much for that. TechnoServe taught us that quality was important, that we had a place to play in poverty eradication, that we don't just exist, we exist for impact. Then 2021, that's when the rubber met the road. Anthony descended to our business, and he decided to train our entire quality department. So, Aspendos trained over 60 staff members. I was just laughing and telling our lady here from CAM how we went in buses to Radisson Blue, and we did good manufacturing practices, and it was really, really good. The impact of that has not been captured by TechnoServe. Why? You motivated our staff. You gave them a sense of belonging. Some of them were poached, which was quite unfortunate. But we had an impact. After that, TechnoServe introduced us to Dr. Kahenya. Dr. Kahenya, can you? If you don't know him, you need to know him. He is a guru in food safety. He came to us and he gave us ridiculous demands, but we've met them. That meant structural changes. We had to do a lot of changes within the factory to make sure that we are ready for food safety standard certification. So we decided to go above what is expected, and as a result of that, we've been compliant with no issues. Partners in Food Solution also came to play in terms of the food safety and standard certification. They looked through what we had. They mentored one gentleman in our office who is not here today, and now we have good pressed documentation on food safety. And if you can taste our milk, which I think Kizito Sakwa is here, we'll give a packet to every participant. You will be able to taste the difference. Clean, tasty, quality milk. Then after that, that was 2021. I'm not following the slides, I'll look at them later. 2022, we continued with food safety and change management. We had to ask ourselves, you don't just bring about changes, but there's a process of change management. We privately hired Dr. Kahenya to do another training for our staff. And I guess that's what Rose was talking about. They don't just support you, you have to be willing to pull your weight as well. And then Rose introduced a different concept for us called digital technology in marketing. I'm happy to report that today Aspendos is using an app called Solutech for our sales. And that's really been good because we are compliant with the teams, the E-teams, which has been fantastic. We did a lot of business-to-business forum. Aspendos was introduced to the National Duka Association, Tabitha and her team, which was fantastic. So we've been able to serve the bottom of the pyramid and to meet the team in their respective areas. Now, you can see some of the training. That photo that is at the front there, that was on the access to finance training. That was on the women in leadership training. That was done in 2023. That was one of the best trainings we did. We were challenged on whether we had a business canvas. Could we identify our key partners? Were we able to know who our activities are? Do we understand our cost? Do we understand our value proposition? How do we manage our customer relationship? What are the channels of our distribution and our revenue streams? And how do you sustain that? 2023, we were able to participate and were subsidized by TechnoServe in lean manufacturing training with the Kenya Association of Manufacturing, and that was fantastic. I think we were the smallest in the room. I got there and I'm like, what am I doing here? The who's who businesses were there. We must have been the smallest in the room. It was a fantastic training with the Kenyan Association of Kenya. It was done by the Kenya Association of Manufacturing, and there we were able to learn about how do we make sure that the processes in Aspendos are not just done by people, but they grow past people. So that was fantastic. Access to finance was another fantastic training that we did, and that was we were able to ask to be trained on when APSA comes to us, what is APSA looking for, and are we investor ready? We didn't pick up the equity finance, we declined. So we have stuck with APSA, but they have increased their funding, as Simon is here, to us. Then we did 60 decibel. I don't know who else was involved in the 60 decibel training. That was really difficult. So they called our farmers to ask, how is Aspendos training? How is Aspendos behaving towards you? And we were able to be given very difficult conversation, what exactly our farmers think about us. And as a result of that, we are doing a project on improving access to AI and access to extension services for our farmers. And we'll be coming back to TechnoServe for us to be able to standardize our training with the farmers. I think I heard your director asking, what's the next way forward? We need to think about the farmers better. I think the government is here. We need to be politically correct. So we need to go back to the ground. So we need to come up. I saw you are doing something. So we need to come up with a farmer training. So I'll be happy to be a pioneer for that. Then in 2024, we did gender response and inclusiveness, which was, we thought we are women, we know about gender. So we looked at what do the laws of Kenya talk about gender responsiveness. We've signed the sexual harassment policy in Aspendos. It was signed this week. We were able to just look at what policies did we not have in place, and these are policies required by the Government Employment Act. So that's what we achieved from that. We were able to meet Tabitha and her team, and we are looking forward to see what transpires out of the National Duka Owners Organization. We are looking forward to that. We've been the pioneers of that in terms of the dairy sector. We've been meeting them, and we are looking forward to that BOP space. What are the lessons we've learned from TechnoServe? That business cannot be business if you're not monitoring and evaluating what you're doing. We've learned about business performances. We've learned about business canvas, which I mentioned. We learned critically that leadership matters. As a result of the training with Dr. Kahenya, it starts with the leaders and it drops at the leadership. So that's a critical thing that we learned from them. We have managed to network and have fantastic time. I know most of the ladies in this group. We've met friends, and that has been awesome. We've managed to change our culture to a learning culture and to change Aspendos to a learning organization. We look forward to phase 2 and a comment. We hope that TechnoServe, together with USAID and the other partners that are here, we'll look at business sustainability in Kenya, and you'll be able to change the narrative that businesses do not survive past the second and the third generation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shriti Patel. I'm the CEO of Simply Foods Limited. So our journey started together with TechnoServe through an introduction from Simon Knithia from Absa Bank. We met with TechnoServe, and over the years, we've really grown a lot. Where do I start, really, because there's so much we've done. In 2014 is when we really sort of started looking at what we wanted to do. Not very clear, but we wanted to make a difference. Ours is a social enterprise, and in that process, we sort of started investing in machinery. We were based in Nairobi, and we started with a simple idea that we wanted to make a difference. But how to make that difference, we weren't very clear. We knew we wanted to make uji because we had found the red finger millet, and we actually worked with the red finger millet to do some basic studies on it to see how we could make it better. And through that, we were looking for a pre-cooked product that would really hit the ground where people would not be able to cook things, where people were not able to, sorry, I'm out of breath right now. So through TechnoServe, we came up with our mission in the Access to Finance project, where we actually came in to do a very solid process of actually developing our pitch deck. And in that pitch deck, through PES, we found that our mission was to have an impact on food security in a very innovative, sustainable way, providing high-quality, nutritious products for all walks of life. What we actually discovered is that through our product, we were going to have an effect on health and have a social impact in the process with a product which would have an impact on food security and sustainability. How would that happen? Can we just go back 1 minute, please? So our product with red finger millet, which is a naturally grown product in Kenya, is actually very nutritious, high in protein, and has a huge impact on with vitamins and nutrition. Not only would we do that, we would have a circular economy, working with farmers all the way through to creating employment, to marketing, and help people to sell product back into the market, and hopefully make a difference in the make a healthier nation. Red finger millet actually grows in very arid soil with very little water, and it actually grows within a 6-week crop cycle. Through that, we were able to create food security and sustainable product for the future. So our products are uji mara moja, instant porridge, and wimbi meal. Uji mara moja is instant. It means you just mix it with water. It is flavored, and it is accessible and very easy to mix with a meal in one packet. We have very different varieties of flavors as well as pack sizes. The wimbi meal can be used to make chapatis, ugali, and even for baking, and can be used to make uji as well. Where did TechnoServe come in? When we actually had the first meeting with TechnoServe, we were asked many questions. We didn't know what we were doing. TechnoServe actually said, what is it you really want from us? And we said, well, we don't know where to start. We have these machines, we have this amazing ability to sort of understand what we want to do and the impact we want to have, but we don't know where to start from. So they said, okay, so let's start with the machines. Extrusion was a process that we didn't really understand. And through the training and mentorship with partners in Food Solution and Mark Kelly, who was all the way in Australia and worked for Nestle, he came on board with a variety of different conversations with video calls and regular calls, not just with us as the management team, but with every single member in our organization. We would take live video calls down to the factory, he would look at the product, he would look at the processes, and he actually helped us right the way from assessing every stage of our manufacturing and making sure that every single part of it was assessed with the physics of it and made our people understand through the training how exactly the process worked and how to make it better. He also helped us introduce a small, very small in cost diaphragm pump to the extruder, which actually changed our whole process. We ended up with a much faster production, much higher quality, and as a result moved from 3 tons a day to all the way to 6 tons a day, which was incredible. Through that, we had a huge amount of motivation from the staff because they suddenly realized the importance of what they were doing. They understood how the process, what was their part in the process and how they could make it better and how quality really made an important part of it. We improved the quality of our output by checking the density of the finished product, and hence we were able to produce great pops, which then when remilled improved the mixability of our product, which was something we were struggling with. The process optimization was the second part of what we were looking at in intervention, and the training and mentorship through with Mark Kelly and with many other things, we actually moved all the way to increase the efficiency. Not only that, we also worked with the sustainability of packaging. Sustainability of packaging meant we were looking for packaging because we knew ours as a cooked product. It needed to be in a package that retained the water and the water content. But how could we do that without using the plastics? Because we want to make a difference. So we started looking at sustainable packaging with Team Rep and actually got testing reels from South Africa from Neil Greenaway, and that's a project that's still ongoing. So we want to make a difference even in what we produce and how we end up creating a sustainable environment. So what did the AINFP program do for us? So many things, and this is not even touching the iceberg here, what we've written here. So the extrusion project was the first one with the partners in Food Solution, and obviously Faith helped us to interact with Mark Kelly. Rose had put us in touch with the team. Anthony really came in with the extrusion and understanding how our processes were and how to improve them. As we then moved on to this, as I explained, the sound packaging, making sure that material identification and trying to improve our packaging initiatives. We then took part in lots of business-to-business forums with food distributors. We had lots of training for our teams. We've attended national trade fairs. We've had recommendation letters to the National Council of Nomadic Education. And currently, we're actually supplying to the school feeding program, which is now Connect, which is a huge program. Every quarter for the school terms, we're able to supply our uji ready to eat to the children at school who are getting a full meal into their stomachs and hence are able to study focus on their studies. TechnoServe made all this possible. Not only that, we've also, through the access to finance, we moved on to the aspect of doing the Women in Leadership Conference or training, which really made a difference, helped us focus on our business goals, helped us to identify where we're going, helped us to make sure that we achieve those goals. We've also engaged with Farm to Market Alliance, which has made a huge impact on aspects of working with smallholder farmers. We were introduced by Masolo and Monica to Dr. Calgro, who is the millet doctor from Calgro, Dr. Awori, and he has helped it, made it possible for us to understand from seed, what type of seed we're looking for, what's the quality we're looking for, and we slowly started looking at the farmers to see how we can work with the farmers to make sure the smallholder farmers will come on board and be educated and produce the right products for us. Already we're working with Farm to Market Alliance, again introduced to us by TechnoServe teams, and through that, we're working with Mr. Casilli and Julius, who are working really hard with the smallholder farmers. Everything we produce for NarConnect comes from FTMA and smallholder farmers, and that is a huge impact that's having on our business. So already we're supplying 170 tons in the year of 2023, and this year in 2024, we're already at 300 tons. Apart from that, there's the IIGCS program, which has been really incredible. Masolo, Monica, and teamed up with the consultant Lincoln have really made a huge impact. As much as we were able to go backwards and look at all the different farmers, the type of seeds, we were looking at piloting in other counties like Tharakanithi and Nakuru. It's been very insightful to know where does our millet come from, what do the farmers need, how can we develop and partner with them to make sure that they grow, and then they're able to supply what we will demand in the right qualities. But in addition to that, we've had this incredible ability to now work on, let's move forward into the marketing side of things. So whilst our production is working well, let's move forward into the marketing side of things. And with the teams on ground in the production teams, in our management teams, which we've got wonderful women who are already, we've got 20 women BOPs, 20 women development officers who are on the ground, and we are able to go into capitals funding, and as a result, we were able to get some fantastic results where we now can go into schools together with our product and train the children on how to eat better, what's better nutrition, and how can we move forward with that. And that program is already ongoing with the schools. And that means that we are then able to look back into the farmers and say, well, this is what you're growing, and this is how nutritious it is, and this is why it's important. Millet has always been an ancient forgotten crop. We want to make it a live crop that we're going to use every day because it is something that has a huge impact, and we grow it here in Kenya. So apart from that, all the initiatives like Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, the CAM Association, together with the Blue member companies, global, the social SDG goals, all of these things have slowly seeped into our organization, created the right culture, and has helped us and our teams to really be positive. The teams are amazing, the production teams are amazing, the positivity that's come through all of our business development officers on the ground. It's incredible to see the energy that's grown as a result of the support we get from TechnoServe, Partners in Food Solutions. In addition to that, I've been mentored through the Partners in Food Solution, and through a mentor from Cargill. He was amazing. He gave me so much insight to make me a better business leader, a better woman leader, and to be able to set out my plans for the future. So I want to thank the whole team and all the additions. Thank you.
Winnie, oh, awesome. Great to have you here, Winnie.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Winnie, MD WIMSI Limited, and I'm also the founder of WIMSI Limited. So WIMSI Limited is a dairy company. We do dairy products. And how WIMSI was formed, it was formed in 2011, sorry, in 2011, and we started in a small kitchen. Not a kitchen, it's like a kiosk. I would call it a kiosk. So it was just a dream that we can say came true. In that small kitchen, so I would go to work, and in the evening, I would come and say, okay, let me do something. Everybody can say, let me do something just to make up what I'm making at work, and I get something small. So I started, but by then there was glut. So many farmers were losing a lot of milk. So the business quickly grew, and it started pushing us to another smaller kiosk. So we continued, and it became a factory. So that it needed me to leave where I was working and come and do the business full time. So by then, the product was already moving. It had already started picking, and wherever it went, it was doing well. In 2018, that's when I met TechnoServe, and they came in very handy because, as you heard, I was in a kiosk. I had moved to another kiosk and another kiosk, so it was a train of kiosks, because this was the processing area, and we used to use jikos, we used to use sufurias. It is a journey that I would encourage an entrepreneur that you can still make it. So when TechnoServe came, they found us in those hustles of kiosks and everything, and we started a journey with them. So my journey with TechnoServe, it is a sweet journey, because without them, I don't know whether we would still be in the kiosks or be in the modern factory that we are in today. So after that is when now we started looking at things together. We found out that we would not sustain where we were. So we grew and started looking for a plot where we built through debt financing, and we moved there. After we moved there, we didn't move with any machinery. So we needed the machines to now start processing as a modern factory. From there, we were able to come up together, and they were able to give us, maybe we would move to the next slide, the other one. We were able to now look at the business as a whole. First things first, we came up with a strategic plan. Through the help of Atiang and Beatrice and everybody else, we looked at the wholesome business, and we needed to make it now a business. So we needed a few things, like we needed a board, because the business had really grown. We needed management. We needed so much that we needed to align the structures of the company. We came up, we also sat and came up with a business through the help of TechnoServe. And many things that Emma has already mentioned, I will not mention them, because we have moved a journey together with her also. In most of the things that she has done, I've also done them. So I'll just pick what we have done that was not mentioned by Emma, and TechnoServe has helped us. Through this business plan and Kahenya, we were able to know our journey and come up with the mission, the vision, and everything, and we were also to have a goal where we were moving at. Initially, where we had started, maybe we didn't even know. It is just the way you start a business and say it's a business after work. I know most of people do that. But now we had a plan, and we had to move, and that is what is pushing us up to today. In that, we were also able to see our net margins. In businesses, you do a business, but you don't know whether you're making any money. So you're there, we were able to see, okay, this is not doing well, we would delist that, we would do it this way, and also Atiang was able to come to our place, and we were able also to make sure that even the processes that we are working on, we have no leakages, we are able to make our profits. From there, we were trained on the BOP, marketing training, which is now that one that has taken us to the retail. Initially, we were just doing the supermarkets, we were doing the key accounts, but right now we are able even to go to the bottom of the pyramid, and we are able to serve them also there. In this learning of the business plan, we were also able to see our gaps, and which we are working on. We were only doing the fresh milk and the yogurts, but we have also noted that we needed something that in case the farmers produce more, can we have a product that can be able to push the life of the milk to a longer shelf life? Milk is very perishable, and you all know it. So we need a product that can also keep that milk to go even to 180 days. And that is what we are working on. Besides that, all these trainings that you see here, the women in leadership training, the access to finance support, I will go to access of finances. The access to finance support, we were now able to learn how to pitch. I think a group of us were there where we learned how to pitch. I did not leave it there. I moved on and I started pitching, which has led me to fruits. Because right now, I'm working with USAID on a project of $250,000, which they have already financed, which is a plus to you, TechnoServe. I really appreciate you, because without that, with my small income, I don't think I would do what I have done. If you come to my place, you will see how well we have been able to organize the factory and how well we have been able to push. It's not been a soft journey. It is a tough journey, but we are moving on. So thank you so much, TechnoServe, because you have made us what we are today. If we go to the milk aggregators, we launched them here at the Safari Park, and we have had a lot of farmers coming. Initially, before I met TechnoServe, I was buying milk from aggregators themselves. But now I'm able to get farmers of my own. We are over 1,000 farmers right now from day one when we started. And in fact, where I'm late today is because I have a farmer's day today at my place. So I think it's good to thank you, TechnoServe, because we were able now to have a group of farmers. We have many groups of farmers who are able to give us milk, and we are still growing in number. So I really appreciate that, and I really thank you for that. So we have learned a lot through TechnoServe, and I would really appreciate you, because we have also been able to work with CAM. I can see you, Joyce. So it has been a journey. So I really appreciate, and this far we have moved because of that. Our product is called Whimsy. I know you have seen it in the supermarkets. We have the fresh milk, and now we are moving to the long life. So support us, and we really thank you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Winnie. Viola?
Okay, good. Is it afternoon? It's already afternoon. Morning. Okay, good morning, everybody. Okay, my name's Viola. Viola Maina. I'm the founder of Gooseberry Delight. Myself, I come from Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County. That's where my journey of my business started. My business is very unique. I'm a unique person in the market with a very unique fruit called the gooseberry. Most of you know it in your mother tongue. For us, Kalenjins, we call it Bonik, Kikuyus, Nadi, Chelolo, you know, there are so many names. So it's a fruit that we will all grow with it, but sadly it disappeared, and I'm just now that person who is trying to revive it and to bring it to the market and to the food systems in a different way. So my journey started in 2019, but of course, there was a lot of learning because I came from a corporate world where I was employed, so I knew nothing about processing, I knew nothing about manufacturing, so it was a new place that I didn't know much about. But in 2019, I started and I work with farmers. So probably I just work with farmers to grow for me, then I buy the products, the fruits from them, then I start processing. 2022 now is where I started the real processing, it all emerged from the fact that the COVID checked in and I had to find ways of how to utilize the fruit because I used to get a lot of fruit from the farmers. So I was lucky to have been trained by Kirdi. That's where I learned how to make jams and a bit of the sauces. So it has been a struggle for me, basically, without a background in science or in food science and whatever. So I was doing a lot of guessworks until, you know, I just got lucky to have been housed somewhere where I now run my company at Ilula. So that is where we did all the ukarabatis of trying to produce something that we felt needed to be in the market and more so countrywide. So there was a big dream for it, but I had very little knowledge about that particular product. Yes, it was certified, but now, one time I just got to see that TechnoServe had advertised, and I had remember people had mentioned to me about TechnoServe and telling me, you know, that's a company that can be able to organize and help you understand a lot of things. So I applied, and I was lucky to have been picked. And that's where my journey started in 2023 with TechnoServe. So the first time they came, it was just a disaster. I'm telling you, they came to the factory. That kitchen was my kitchen for cooking for my staff. We were using it for cooking the product. We were also cooking our own gidheris and ugalis and whatever. So it was just a mix of everything. We didn't quite understand the manufacturing practices. We had very limited knowledge. My workers also, who I had hired, had very little knowledge. So we didn't know what we were doing. People would come, anybody would come into our factory, we would invite you, take you through, see what is happening inside there without caring about safety. So we were really risking, and we didn't know that bit. But a lot has changed. I mean, from the time TechnoServe came in, they looked at all the avenues, they looked at all the gaps, they looked at what we were doing, and it was just surprising that after they came, they did a report, and then they called back to us, and we discovered we were having a lot of challenges. First challenge for me was our product, the juices especially, and the sauces. We're getting a lot of recalls. Customers are complaining, inconsistency. Some consumers are saying it's too hot, sometimes it's nice, so we're wondering what was the problem. So we didn't understand. So we also had a lot of challenges with the safeties and all those bits. A lot of rats all over. It was just a mess. But I'm telling you today, if you walk in there, you'll be amazed. Everybody comes in there and they're like, wow, there's a big difference here. So it's been a journey. I think for me, TechnoServe has really helped us a lot. In terms of managing the factory and all that, they hired for us a specialist, Rosina, who has been with us for the last 7 months. She's a food scientist. She has been able to correct a lot of mistakes that we are doing. I'm happy even that at least even now we even keep samples, because initially when we used to have a record, we couldn't even understand what went wrong. So we used to never keep samples. So we have samples, we keep samples, we're able to trace, understand where the problem was. We also have improved in terms of hygiene. When you come there, even the workers now understand the importance of hygiene. They come, they're able to wash their hands, they know how to wash their hands, they know how to dress. I mean, those are small things that we took for granted, but today, those are things that matter to us and matter to the company. And it's very important also that we're in the food sector, so we need to really take hygiene as a very important factor. So in terms of financing was also a big challenge for us. We didn't know how to access funds. We always thought we needed money. Every time you're broke, you think it's money, but when we came for a training with TechnoServe, Access Financing, we understood a lot of things, that it's not about money, it's about understanding what you need to do with that money. Where is the gap? Just not taking loans, because I had taken a loan, it frustrated me at some point, but after that class, I had a different mindset. I even got to understand this invoice discounting. And surprisingly, I walked into my bank and they said, yes, it exists. So today, I'm even using that facility for actually my products that I'm supplying through Naivas. So it's a plus for us, so we don't really have to struggle so much about looking for financing, yet there are other smaller options that we can do, we can get. Because initially I also had no collateral, but with this, just an invoice, I'm able to, to get invoice financing. So in terms of leadership was also a very big challenge for us, because for me, I worked in a company where I was not a leader. Here I am coming into a company where I'm leading like 14 people, so it is just a nightmare. I used to get frustrated, I didn't know how to handle. And through TechnoServe, we were able to be trained about leadership. Leadership begins from me, how to handle crisis in the company. Today, at least I have no stress. We are able to have meetings once in a month. We are also able to dialogue with my workers. We are able to dialogue and look at for solutions. We just don't lay blame on anyone. We just sit down, analyze, and discuss. So it's really helped us also to improve the work environment within the company. So in terms of markets, we also had a big challenge with markets. For us, we were just focused in Eldoret. We never thought about this other side and we were wondering how to get there. But apparently through that support of markets, linkages, we've been able to actually get to Nairobi. We are now distributing through Naivas, Chandarana. I mean, now it makes it easier for us to have our products reach countrywide and to reach consumers countrywide. So it's just a plus for us in terms of market. There are also a bit of other small issues that we had in terms of HR policies, structures, gender policies. We didn't have all those, but through the support of TechnoServe, they've been able to provide us with templates that we are now developing. We are still a small company, so we may not be able to hire those expertise, but with those templates, they're able to actually give us direction and also help us at least have documentations that we can use to support and to grow our company. Today, I'm happy that where we are as a company, we have been able to make a big, tremendous change thanks to TechnoServe. TechnoServe has done so much. Our juices, we had challenges initially. We were connected to food specialists, the partners in food solutions. America, those sites, they actually did a marvelous job. And today, my juice is now back on the shelves. Yeah. So before I wind up, I just want to say there's also other aspects that there are many small things that TechnoServe has done, and we are where we are because of TechnoServe. My products basically is we deal with the gooseberry products. We have juice, we have jam, sauces. You'll be able to see them at the exhibition space. We're inviting you to just have a look at them. It's a unique product in the market. It's very unique. It has a unique taste, unique flavors, and full of nutrition. So I'm happy that TechnoServe has taken us to where we are. Very appreciative. And more so, I can conclude by saying our sales has increased tremendously. Yes. We are now working an increment of 668% growth in terms of sales. It was a huge leap that I didn't expect it would grow at that scale. But I'm happy and I'm grateful for TechnoServe. Thank you so much.
So thank you, ladies. And just in case you're wondering what the gentlemen are, they have not been left out. They are in the panel discussions that come after tea break. What you, Liz?
Thank you so much, Rose, for that inspiring session. And congratulations to the 4 companies. I was very proud to see a big billboard, gooseberry, and Viola was on it. So it was a proud moment. So if you see one of those, just know this is where the magic happened. So we are running behind on time, about 40 minutes. So tea break, since it's near to lunch break, let's take a very short tea break. Say hi to each other down at the tents. The team will guide you for about 10 minutes, and let's be back at 11:50. It's 11:38, so it's 12 minutes. But before we break, we'd like to acknowledge food processing programs that are in the house. We have the IGNITE program. I know that's an acronym. And we have the IIGS programs. Those are acronyms as well. IGNITE program is in large-scale food fortification. I know we'll get a chance just to hear from the team to tell us more about what the program does and how also it contributes to the TechnoServe food processing sector. It's a Bill and Melinda Gates program, so that's also an avenue where the food processors here, I know some have grown to large scale, so that's an avenue to connect. IIGS as well is in food processing and focuses on more gender inclusivity within the program, and a lot of our processors have been able to engage with the IIGS program as well. So thank you, and 11 minutes for tea.
We are based in Loiro, Kiambu County in Kenya. I was born in Kiambu County in a place called Kiganjo. Agriculture is the main backbone of the community, and over time I've had that interest in farming. Before AINFP, we were experiencing various challenges in terms of our food safety, and one of them is on documenting the procedures that we're doing. And out of the AINFP, we have been able to enhance our manufacturing processes to be able to adhere to all the quality assurance and quality control. Over my various visits to neighboring countries, mainly Uganda, Rwanda, and DRC, I noted they use a lot of peanut powder for adding to their food products. In those countries, they have not cooked it. And in Kenya, we did a brief market survey and noted that for us now to be able to meet the targets, we have to ensure that we have pre-cooked it. So we noted there's a gap, and also we enhanced it further to have it now ready to use. My name is James Moturi. I'm the CEO and founder of Delicious Nutri Limited. We are based in Loiro, Kiambu County in Kenya. I was born in Kiambu County in a place called Kiganjo. Agriculture is the main backbone of the community, and over time I've had that interest in farming. Before AINFP, we were experiencing various challenges in terms of our food safety, and one of them is on documenting the procedures that we're doing. And out of the AINFP, we have been able to enhance our manufacturing processes to be able to adhere to all the quality assurance and quality controls which are required for food. Delicious Nutri produces various nutritious food products. Our flagship product is Uno peanut powder. But over the time, we have expanded to other nutritious products. We have the high iron beans. We have the ready-to-use supplementary products, for instance, the peanut butter. AINFP have helped us in quite many things. Among them, there's the formulations of the RUSF. We had volunteers who supported in us. They have also helped us in a setup of this new facility. We had a food specialist who supported us in the layout of the whole process. They have also supported us in various training on food safety, including both customized training and also in a general training where we were also able to network with others. So they have therefore been of a very great impact to us. Our main raw material is groundnuts. We get from smallholder farmers based in Western Kenya, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, and also we have the Tharaka-Nithi counties. We have been able to target the bottom of our pyramid markets by availing to them a product which is affordable. The product that we have for 30 grams is being sold in those markets at 20 shillings. It's nutritious, affordable, and pre-cooked, so less time to prepare. The AINFP bootcamp was very essential for us to be able to identify the BOP market and also to be able to identify ways to penetrate these big markets. And through the workshop, we were able to devise various strategies under which now we are going to be able to enter that market. And we have continued to roll it out, which has been quite positive. Being part of our AINFP program, our approach to food safety has greatly changed. We have been able to document all our processes. We have also been able to train our staff. They're able to know why we are prescribing various processes out of that training, and they're able to adhere. So AINFP has enabled us to support nutrition of our products. We have managed to formulate a product called RUSF. It's made of mainly peanuts, and also it has other products which are prescribed by World Food Program to work on malnutrition. The lack of adequate documentation was impacting the business, and from the support of the AINFP, now we have confidence that in case of any other documentation which could be requested by the regulatory authorities, we are going to have all the adequate documentations, ensuring that we are complying to all the manufacturing requirements for safety of the food. COVID-19 impacted the cost of doing business, so we could only have a few people who are working, and by then we were in a smaller space, so it had impacted also our operations. So it meant now we had also to adjust our working hours to be able to release our staff earlier. Most of the raw materials, the packaging, the price had increased. I'm proud to say that majority of our employees are women, as we believe in women empowerment. The current inflation in prices of inputs is affecting our business. We have worked out on an integrated business plan, which is going to be able to lower the cost of our key main product, that is the groundnut, which accounts for more than 60% of our cost without necessarily passing the same to the consumers. USAID, Partners in Food Solutions, and TechnoServe have been of a great impact to our business. They have been with us from the time we were having a lot of our issues. They were with us during the COVID time, and now they have been with us through various levels of our business improvement. We are very thankful, and we appreciate the support that we have been having.
Almost 15 years ago, there was excess milk production in the marketplace. Many farmers ended up pouring out the milk they produced because there was no market for it. It became my dream to save the excess milk that farmers produced. This is how WIMSI was born. My name is Winnie Wandimi. I'm the CEO and founder of WIMSI Dairy, located in Kiambu, Kenya. Growing up, my parents were dairy farmers. I watched them, learned from them, and it became my dream to follow in their footsteps. This is what I've wanted to do since I was a child. When we started WIMSI, we began in a small room with very basic equipment and started buying from as many farmers as we could and trying to sell anywhere we could. It took a long time and lots of hard work and a lot of support from the farmers and staff. But now we produce fermented milk, yogurt in 6 flavors, fresh milk, and also long life milk. We were growing quickly as a company, but COVID-19 has really affected our business. At the onset of the pandemic, we saw the customer behavior change right away. Many customers weren't buying fresh products anymore. We really needed to improvise and change strategy to meet our customer needs. So, TechnoServe, partners in food solutions, and USAID worked really close with us to help us diversify our products and develop long-life milk product which can go 6 months without refrigeration. They also helped us in the strategic plan, design, formulation of new products, and an ERP system. The long-life milk was something that consumers wanted because it would last longer and be better for their budgets. We are selling a lot of it right now. TechnoServe, partners in food solutions, and USAID have played a critical role in helping us as a business to adapt to these challenging times. All our products are designed to be affordable and nutritious options to anyone in the marketplace, specifically targeting women, children, and the whole family. We are also very proud that our employment opportunities are focused on women and youth. Our farmers are so important to us. We buy from over 500 farmers and many cooperatives. For us, farmers are everything. We are all about increasing the livelihoods of our farmers, our staff, and also providing healthy, nutritious products to our customers.
My name is Jackson Masesi. One of the co-founders of Big Apiaries International Limited, which was founded in the year 2013. We are 10 years now since the formation of the company. And the core business of this company is in the food sector. We serve in the food industry. Our purpose is to give the best quality food products, most food safe products to the consumers, and we serve in 3 major value chains. One is beekeeping and bee products. We also serve in the cashew nut value chains, and we also serve in the groundnuts value chains, which are sourced from different farmers across Kenya. We are happy for partnering with TechnoServe. We've walked a long journey. Basically, since the start of the project, we've seen success in terms of developing the product, especially the peanut butter with the coconut and peanut butter with baobab, which are great products. which are now selling in the retail market, and from the feedback we are getting from our consumers, it's really a lovely product, a very healthy product. Come in handy help from our partnership with the PFS, but also in the AINFP programs. So we really thank TechnoServe for that journey that we've actually worked together. The company has achieved ISO certification, which is FSSC 22000, which enables us to actually reach more consumers, increase confidence of our consumers, because we are able to reach a bigger market. We are now able to have, consumers are able to have confidence with our products, and this is a big milestone for BK, because we can actually now trade globally with the inclusion of the International Food Safety Standard, which we've acquired, along with the help from PFS and TechnoServe as a whole. Food safety is a very important factor. It's a very important achievement for any company in the food industry, because it assures the consumers that what they're consuming is actually a highly high quality product, and they will have actually confidence in our brand. Whenever they see our brand, that they can consume with confidence, because it has passed through a very stringent quality controls, hygiene systems, up to until when they actually use the product. And that is a very big milestone for us to having achieved the International Food Safety Standard.
My name is Wycliffe Nyakundi. I work here at Big Airports International Limited. I'm in charge of quality and standards. We have cooperated in two areas. That's one on the new product development, and then on the FSSC implementation, which we have got indeed and good support from the AINFP project. They were able to do. They were able to send us an expertise who was able to do a gap audit, and the same gap audits are the ones which we closed up to be able to be. For the implementation. So, and another area is that being myself in the implementation, they saw the need of supporting me through giving me the interns. So I received 2 interns who were very, very supportive in the documentation, in also implementing the FSC on the ground. And I am happy to say that as at now, we already are certified. We have the certificate, we only remaining with receiving the hard copy certificate. But we appreciate the support that we have received so far, and we believe by getting this certification, we'll be able to even open up and even create confidence with our customers. I'm also a food safety champion. I thank the AINFP program for giving me opportunity to be part of this training, which was very impactful to me and also to our company. I was able to pick up a number of things which I've already implemented, and then one of them being the entry protocols, control of the entry protocols, the HACCP implementation. I was able to implement the HACCP. I was also able to make a food safety pledge thanks to the training, so which is able to guide the staff in terms of purposing to ensure that the food safety is ensured in our company.
So we thank TechnoServe for that intervention, which possibly we think it could have been a very difficult journey if we didn't have that opportunity to work with them or to get that assistant. My name is Jackson Masesi. One of the co-founders of Big Apiaries International Limited, which was founded in the year 2013. We are 10 years now since the formation of the company. And the core business of this company is in the food sector. We serve in the food industry. Our purpose is to give the best quality food products, most food safe products to the consumers, and we serve in three major value chains. One is beekeeping and bee products. We also serve in the cashew nut value chains, and we also serve in the groundnuts value chains, which are sourced from different farmers across Kenya. We are happy for partnering with TechnoServe. We've walked a long journey. Basically, since the start of the project, we've seen success in terms of developing the product, especially the peanut butter with the coconut and peanut butter with baobab, which are great products, which are now selling in the retail market, and from the feedback we are getting from our consumers, it's really a lovely product, a very healthy product. Come in handy help from our partnership with the PFS, but also in the AINFP programs. So we really thank TechnoServe for that journey that we've actually worked together. The company has achieved ISO certification, which is FSSC 22000, which enables us to actually reach more consumers, increase confidence of our consumers, because we are able to reach a bigger market. We are now able to have consumers are able to have confidence with our products, and this is a big milestone for BK, because we can actually now trade globally with the inclusion of the International Food Safety Standard, which we've acquired, along with the help from PFS and TechnoServe as a whole. Food safety is a very important factor. It's a very important achievement for any company in the food industry, because it assures the consumers that what they're consuming is actually a highly high quality product, and they will have actually confidence in our brand. Whenever they see our brand, that they can consume with confidence, because it has passed through a very stringent quality controls, hygiene systems, up to until when they actually use the product. And that is a very big milestone for us to having achieved the international food safety standard.
My name is Wycliffe Nyakundi. I work here at Big Theatres International Limited. I'm in charge of quality and standards. We have cooperated in two areas. That's one on the new product development, and then on the FSSC implementation, which we have got indeed and good support from the AINFP project. They were able to they were able to send us an expertise who was able to do a gap audit, and the same gap audits are the ones which we closed up to be able to be prepared for the implementation. So, and another area is that being myself in the implementation, they saw the need of supporting me through giving me the interns. So I received 2 interns who were very, very supportive in the documentation, in also implementing the FSC on the ground. And I am happy to say that as at now, we already are certified. We have the certificate. We only remaining with receiving the hard copy certificate, but we appreciate the support that we have received so far, and we believe by getting this certification, we'll be able to even open up and even create confidence with our customers. I'm also a food safety champion. I thank the AINFP program for giving me the opportunity to be part of this training, which was very impactful to me and also to our company. I was able to pick up a number of things which I've already implemented, and then one of them being the entry protocols, control of the entry protocols, the HACCP implementation. I was able to implement the HACCP. I was also able to make a food safety pledge thanks to the training, so which is able to guide the staff in terms of purposing to ensure that the food safety is ensured in our company.
So we thank TechnoServe for that intervention, which possibly we think it could have been a very difficult journey if we didn't have that opportunity to work with them or to get that assistant.
I'm the Business Development Manager for Simply Foods Limited. The program under the TechnoServe has helped us quite a lot. The AINFP program has really helped us in many directions. So when we first engaged with the team at TechnoServe, the first thing that we got is to explain the challenges we were having. The first challenge was, trying to help us to get more productivity out of our production. The second was, focusing on sustainable packaging. And the third was to really help us with that extrusion process, because that extrusion was something that we were struggling with to really fully understand, to help train all of our production team. I've learned a lot, I've grown as a person, and also as a leader, my leadership skills have improved through the training we went through with the women in leadership with TechnoServe, where I learned, especially one of the areas where I had issues was in delegation, and also mentoring my fellow
teamwork, team players, and also learning the circle of control. This actually made me understand what I have influence, what is in my control, and what is not in my control.
In our commercial part of the business, we've been able actually to recognize growth.
In our employment, we have 60 people who are employed at Simply Foods, and of that, we have 26 females, which we're very happy to encourage.
We have been able to attend events like Changamka, Nairobi International Trade Fair, and a lot of other trainings that actually benefits us as women in business. And through the Smart Duka programs, we've actually been able to go down to the bottom of the pyramid and able to acquire the wholesalers who are able to stock our products and sell on our behalf to the retailers and to the end consumer.
We are currently working with 125 smallholder farmers, of which 35% are women and 10% are youth under the age of 35. I would really like to thank the TechnoServe team in Nairobi and worldwide. We've had such tremendous opportunities because of you. Thank you very much. The AINFP program, again, the teams have been incredible. The connections we've made and growth we've made is because of you as well. And thank you to the teams who in Simply Foods that have worked so tremendously hard to make everything we've dreamed of a reality.
So the whole program has actually been very helpful, and we are looking forward to more collaborations and doing much more this year and the years to come.
I'm the CEO and founder of Gooseberry Delight. Gooseberry Delight is a company that is located in Eldoret, in Uasin Gishu County. At Gooseberry Delight, we manufacture a range of products from the Cape gooseberry that includes the jam, juice, sauces. We also have the dried, and we also sell it as fresh. As a company, we have been able to successfully now employ 14 employees, and 9 of them are women who are aged between 25 and 35.
My name is Rosina Mutwa. I'm a food science and technology graduate, and I was placed in Gooseberry Delight in Eldoret with the AINFP program from TechnoServe. And my experience in Gooseberry Delight has been an awesome one. I've been able to learn more, and especially the exposure to real world challenges, which has been able to help me apply my theoretical knowledge and advance my career.
One of the challenges that we are facing is with the juices. So what we're happy to have worked with the PFS program, where they were able to hire for us experts who took us through to ensure that the product that we are producing met the standards, and we were able to solve some of those challenges. Today I'm happy that through their support we have been able to produce a juice that now is fit for the market, and we are soon preparing to roll it back into the market. Program. This is where, as a leader, we were able to be trained on how to build our confidence, on how to interact with the staff, on how to set such targets and strategy that can be able to enable us to achieve some of the goals that we have set. We also learned a lot also about communication, how to effectively communicate just within the staff and also within the company. All these learnings have really helped us a lot.
And it's been a nice experience, and I would like to thank TechnoServe, especially the AINFP program one. It has a well-structured internship program, and also the employees there are so much dedicated to their work. They give you a conducive working environment and a good workspace such that you are so free to learn. and they are also willing to help you learn so much.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank and to appreciate TechnoServe AINFP program, Partners for Food, and we said for this support they have given us and for standing with us and helping us to progress. And today I'm happy with a big difference in the company, and we're looking forward to working with the team.
Almost 15 years ago, there was excess milk production in the marketplace. Many farmers ended up pouring out the milk they produced because there was no market for it. It became my dream to save the excess milk that farmers produced. This is how WIMSI was born. My name is Winnie Wandimi. I'm the CEO and founder of WIMSI Dairy, located in Kiambu, Kenya. Growing up, my parents were dairy farmers. I watched them, learned from them, and it became my dream to follow in their footsteps. This is what I've wanted to do since I was a child. When we started WIMSI, we began in a small room with very basic equipment and started buying from as many farmers as we could and trying to sell anywhere we could. It took a long time and lots of hard work and a lot of support from the farmers and staff. But now we produce fermented milk, yogurt in 6 flavors, fresh milk, and also long life milk. We were growing quickly as a company, but COVID-19 has really affected our business. At the onset of the pandemic, we saw the customer behavior change right away. Many customers weren't buying fresh products anymore. We really needed to improvise and change strategy to meet our customer needs. So, TechnoServe, Partners in Food Solutions, and USAID worked really close with us to help us diversify our products and develop.
So I'm Steven Tiro, the Chief Executive Officer in Apple Farmers Cooperative Society. And Apple is a farmers cooperative which was started in 1963 with the aim of aggregating farmers' produce, the members' produce, for the purpose of getting good market for the products and also building the capacity of the farmers in terms of training. These are farmers, a total of 1,800, whose 761 are female. Supply. So see that we are almost achieving the 50% as women, and this was through efforts that were put after we started working with TechnoServe. We did aggressive sensitization and involvement to try to bring on board the women to participate in our cooperative activities.
Okay, through the TechnoServe AINFP program, I have acquired valuable insights that have significantly influenced my professional life. I have successfully integrated these learnings into my work, including the development of leadership skills, effectiveness, stress and burnout management, and in maintaining a healthy work-life balance, discovering and articulating my leadership voice, and owning leadership capability to motivate my team.
Employees, we have total number of 36 here. They are full-time employees who serve on day-to-day basis, and they are placed in the various departments. Of the employees, there are 12 of the 36 employees are women.
Among our notable achievements, we successfully recruited an additional 200 women into the cooperative, bringing a total of 761 from the mission, which was 480.
I want to say that through TechnoServe, we also open our eyes to be able to see from a different perspective and realize the benefits that women in participation are big assets to the cooperative.
Okay, I sincerely express my sincere gratitude to TechnoServe for their impactful food AINFP program. Thank you for contributing to our success.
One of the big sell of today's event was for, it's in my diary, to meet tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 supermarkets.
Tier 1. Welcome back, welcome back. I'm seeing smiles, so I'm sure the tea break was a nice icebreaker. I hope you were able to see the products, get some shillings next to the products, well-priced, locally processed, nutritious foods. Make sure if you haven't gone to the booths, you go down there, get purchasing some snacks, some food items, some unga, some porridge as well. And before we go to the next session, the owner of KBV 446X. Your car has grown wings. The owner. KBV 446X. It's yours? Yes, please run before it flies away. Ask for the details on the registration desk. The next session and before our lunch, I know we need a break after tea, so we'll have a late lunch. So the next session is opening up to panel discussions. So those will take us through, will open up doorways for more of our stakeholders that we've worked with within the banking industries, private sector, experts in the financial institutions to discuss. The first one will be access to finance. The second one will be an integration of smallholder farmers' supply chains and how we've worked with gender in that sector. BOP markets have been discussed. How have our processors been friendly to our BOP, bottom of the pyramid markets? We'll have a session on that. And then we'll also have a section on technical assistance and how food processing companies have been able to advance and get assistance in their growth, as well as general manufacturing practices. What is that? What are some of the certifications that we need as food processors, as distributors need to ensure that they have sustainable, healthy, safe, and quality products? So to open up our panel, I'll welcome our moderator, Beatrice Gidenji, and the rest of the panel can also come. Mr. Simon Kinothia from Absa Bank, Collins Wanyonyi from Stanbic Bank, Diana Gishaga from Private Equity Support, and Kenneth Kimathi from Kijata Enterprises.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beatrice Gethenji, and I lead the regional access to finance activities for AINFP. We are so glad that you made it for the session. The access to finance activities included, supporting the businesses to be more investment ready, matchmaking with potential funders, and these funders cut across commercial banks, private equity funds, venture capital, grant opportunities. We worked over the last couple of years in the program. We worked with a lot of our businesses. Most of them are here, well represented. We've worked with financial institutions, and we have so far supported clients access more than $500 million in Kenya shillings in loans, in debt, venture capital, as well as also grant funding. Today, we have a team of experts from the finance sector, cutting across SME agribusinesses, who will walk us through in terms of what opportunities are in the market. And I want to pause there because I can speak and speak very fast to let our panelists introduce themselves. We can start with Collins.
Good afternoon. Collins Wanyonyi, heading enterprise banking for Stanbic Bank, Kenya.
Good afternoon. My name is Simon Kinodia. I head agribusiness segment at Absa Bank. It's a pleasure to be here.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Kimathi Ken. I lead the team in Meru at Kijata Bakery.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're good. My name is Dana Gishaga. I work with private equity support, and we work with SMEs to help them get investor ready.
Okay, thank you for the quick intro. We will hear from the banks. We also have a business advisor that, as Diana mentioned, private equity support. We'll also get a chance to hear from Kijata Bakeries on the journey, how the journey has been on access to finance with AINFP. And I want to start with Simon, since you're holding the mic. If you could just share with us some of the partnerships, initiatives, mechanisms that ABSA has introduced that are catalyzing access to finance to the agri-food processing businesses.
Yeah, thank you very much, Beatrice. And again, it's very good for us to be here as ABSA Bank. We're a Pan-African bank present in other African countries. Our purpose is empowering Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. So today I'm very honored to have a couple of our clients in the room, sharing stories. And these stories matter. All the stories shared here matter to ABSA. Because it's out of these kind of partnerships that you begin to see the value as financial institutions go beyond providing finance. I think in terms of the journey, we came into this partnership with TechnoServe a couple of years back, about 5 years ago. And it speaks to our strategy, which is basically leaning on 4 pillars. Access to information is a key one that is timely and actionable. Access to mentorship and coaching, which has been shared today as some of the benefits that are coming about from this kind of collaboration. Access to markets is a key challenge for any business in this market, and that's one of our key growth pillars. And access to sustainable finance. So as ABSA, we've seen, when you look at businesses, it's a journey. They're traveling from inception all the way to become big and recognized businesses. Kudos to the businesses that are presented today because they've walked the journey. It's not only about finance. I think we had that from a couple of the presenters today. What we've seen as financiers is that you've got to look at the whole ecosystem. You've got to look at the stage the entrepreneur is at and see how do you support these businesses. So through such collaborations with TechnoServe is how, as ABSA, we're able to, provide value to our businesses. And we've seen, especially when you hear an entrepreneur talking about margins and product margins, because that's what a financier looks at, that for sustainable finance, that you are actually growing the business also in all areas. So we come in with investments. I think from the various engagements you've had, there's been opportunities to look at process efficiencies that require asset-based financing, for example. There's working capital solutions around financing your supply chain. And we've also come with innovative solutions around distribution. So using digital and data, we're able to do retail financing programs. At ABSA, we have Wezesha Stock. It's a stock financing for your retail network. And this is some of the ways that as banks, we're able to then to innovate, to support you across your journey. So we're not only looking at you as a processor, but looking at your ecosystem around you, including your staff, because as you grow, you started off as 5, now you're 100, isn't it? I've heard about HR policies coming into play because those are the key risks that come in. But imagine these employees also need solutions to keep them engaged, to keep them motivated. So through partnerships with banks, we're able to provide scheme solutions for your staff so that they can enable them, to also grow with you. So those are some of the ways that as a bank, we come in to try and make sure that we are walking the journey, looking at the risks. Other things that come about is things like insurance. We can speak about it more, but those are risks that as banks identify and we're able to provide solutions. Back to you, Beatrice.
Thank you, Simon, for that. And I want to pose the same question to our colleague here, Collins, from Stanbic, in terms of some of the partnerships, innovations that the bank has established to catalyze or to support the agri-SMEs access financing.
Thank you, Beatrice. I think I'll add on to what my colleague in the industry, Simon, has given. So first introduction about Stanbic Bank. Stanbic Bank Kenya is part of the Standard Bank of South Africa, Pan-African bank based, present in 20 countries in location. And we pride ourselves to be driving Africa's growth. I think from a Kenya perspective, we say Kenya is our home. We drive its growth, and we want to be very strong into that partnership. When you look at agripreneurs, and mostly of the SMEs in general, we have 3 focus points. So I think Absa has talked about 3 hours. We follow the president's mantra, mambo ni matatu. So the first one is access to finance. And when we look at access to finance, we split it into 3, because not all parties have the same need. So we've identified that those who are bank ready, they can walk to the bank and they can write their story and they can get their money on their own right. So those ones, there's a good fit for that. Then you have 2 categories that we also focus on. So the first one is grant funding. So Stanbic Bank has a foundation side, the Stanbic Kenya Foundation, that has partnered with a number of counties. Cumulatively now it's 7 counties. And with these counties we've done catalytic fund where we've advanced mostly to the farming community up to 100,000 shillings on a revolving fund basis at 2%. And whenever I say 2%, people ask how, because these funds that we've done with one of our strategic partners that specifically to support the agribusiness outside Nairobi, because most of the focus is in Nairobi, and people ask, Stanbic, you are not as strongly present outside Nairobi, how are you doing this? So we identified partners that you are working with them towards that part on catalytic fund. From the time we started giving the grants, we've done about 26 million, repayment rate 97%. So most of these people are actually paying. The third category is grant funding. And for the grant funding side, we've also partnered with another institution, USADF, and we go through a process of identifying institutions that may not be ready for bank funding, but are just at the tipping point that they need that boost to be able to move. We give minimum $30,000, maximum $50,000, and they go through a coaching and development. Looking at the room, I think I've seen 2 beneficiaries of this program. So it builds capacity to then say, you might not be able to get that $50,000, equivalent, say, 5 million shillings from the bank. But with this partnership, we're able to build capacity to then say, are you able to get that piece? That is on our access to finance piece. The second one is access to markets. For the farmer and any person in business, how we're able to solve for the market becomes a critical player. So we've decided to unpack value chains that we can add end-to-end productivity to that. So 2 that we've partnered with, one is the dairy value chain, and the second one is the tea ecosystem. So let me speak about the dairy value chain. Within the dairy value chain, we bank about 8 of the key milk processors in this country. And one of the items we observed is their main supplier is not your key big dairy farmer with 50 cattle. It's that lady with 2, 3, 4 dairy cattle. They are paid bi-monthly or within that cycle, but they need to buy feeds, they need to supply, they need to get that drugs for the animal periodic. Like when the cow needs treatment, kama sio sasa, ni sasa hivi. But the dairy company will pay you after a month. So do you lose your cow as you wait for the dairy payment? No. So we partnered with One Farm, and what One Farm is helping us do is two things. One, providing access to these farmers in terms of money. We're able to grant you short-term facilities as we wait for the dairy farm to pay you at the end of the payment cycle, but also digitize data, because data is the next goal that we have. So most of these farmers do not keep records of what they supplied to the dairy company and the like. So One Farm, working with One Farm, we're able to digitize, get data for these farmers to the extent that you can then use that data to make a decision to say, in the last 6 months, you've delivered 1,000 kilograms of milk. 1,000 kilogram at price X, if I discount it at 50%, you can access X amount of money from this schedule of partners that can be able to provide you with some of those feeds. I think the other ecosystem that we focused on is tea ecosystem. Stanbic Bank developed the trading board that the tea brokers are using in Mombasa. And we've done that for the last 5 years. But if you look down the value chain, the tea farmer, and I don't know how many tea farmers we have in the room, was struggling with basics. Basics of, we always think of the tea farmer that it's just get the leaves, deliver, and then wait for the bonus that comes. Is it twice or thrice a year? This guy needs to pay school fees. This guy needs to keep their life running. So we come with the chai loan. And chai loan also then looks at your production cycle, and you're able to grant you up to 40% of your total delivery to the tea producer. That way, we keep the tea producer running, but we also keep this tea farmer running. And you know what? While one of the things I got to learn when we started focusing on the tea ecosystem is actually the bigger beneficiaries of this ecosystem engagement are the ladies. Because most of them are the ones who actually maintain these farms, they're the ones who maintain this productivity. So the second piece that we've also brought there, other than access to funds, we've also brought in issue about data, because one of the key pieces that we use as banks is rely on the data you've captured for you to finance, for us to use that to finance you. The last piece is access to information. I take a pause. How many of us in the room have accessed the purchase manager index? How many in the room have accessed that information? By show of hands. Only one. I'll let her tell you how good that information is. If I say it, I'll be blowing my own trumpet. That, if you do not access that information, it's free every month. Just log into any Stanbic social media page, you'll see the previous reports and the current reports. The other thing, the last piece that we do is on select basis, we identify groups and we take them through what we call Financial Fitness Academy. It's about 1 hour, 1.5 hours training. But this training focuses on the 4 journeys of a business. When you build your business, when you run your business, when you grow your business, and when you run into sustainability. I always pause here and ask, how many of us are in a business that is being managed by 2nd or 3rd generation? If you're in a business that is still being managed by 1st generation, and 2nd generation is not yet close to that business, and most of 3rd generation is not into that business, then there's a problem. And not being racial here, I think the Asian community have done this very well. My challenge to us as I close is, we're happy to pull you into a session to walk you through one of our Financial Fitness Academy, because our desire as Stanbic is for your businesses to move to be managed not by the 2nd generation, by the 3rd generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Collins and Simon, for that info. We say information is power. As a program, we were not only focusing in supporting our businesses access finance, we also were working to support the entrepreneurs have information, have knowledge through trainings on access to finance, business advisory. We did a lot of advising, a lot of just conversations around access to finance to shape them, to shape you, the entrepreneurs who are here, to make you better, not just for accessing finance now, even beyond the life of the program. And I want to pass the mic to Diana to speak to us on two elements, the role of business advisory services in supporting the businesses access finance, and also just in brief, share with us your experience working with the AINFP clients.
Okay. Thank you very much, and it's always a pleasure when you walk into a room and you're able to hear and listen to testimonies of farms that you have worked with. You might not see the growth, but for someone who was maybe in contact with you maybe a year ago, it is tremendous growth. So I think I just want to acknowledge that. So just very quickly, private equity support. We've been working across sub-Saharan Africa for the last 8 years. We've worked with SMEs from across 26 African countries, both the Anglophone and Francophone, and to some extent Lusophone countries, SMEs rather. And I just wanted to say, in answer to the question, the first one that Beatrice has said, what's the role of business advisory? We love that the banks have really broken it down into its basics elements. It's about looking at you as an entrepreneur, as a founder, because most of you here are the first people who are working or the second generation in your business. It's about helping you understand how to run a sustainable business. And people will always say, yeah, but maybe have you ever run a dairy? Have you ever done food processing? We understand money and we understand business growth. So ideally what we are trying to do is come in and say, we can objectively give you advice with regards to that. So what does business advisory do is take every business at the stage of growth you are at, because you're all very different. You could even be in the same sector, working with the same smallholder farmers, but as one of the panelists said, you're all very different. You all have unique things. So what is business advisory trying to do? It's helping you understand, first of all, what is it that you really want for the business? Because I always say there are two key entities in any business. We have the founder managers, which is what most of you are. How you plan your future and how you plan your business's future. People tend to assume that they always move in tandem together, but no. There are times when, as a founder manager, what your business needs and how your business is growing is very different from what your personal experiences are. So we always start with trying to get the business founders and managers to understand, what is it that I'm trying to achieve with this business? Where is it that I feel that I can make this business grow? Where can I contribute to what level? Because you always assume for some reason that you'll be able to give 110% to that business every year, every day for the next 100 years. But you're not a machine. You're a human being. You will get tired. You may get ill. And I mean, entrepreneurship is a hard journey, right? You know, there are days you wake up, your business loves you more than you love it. And there are days you go to bed, you love your business more than it loves you. I know the entrepreneurs here can understand, right? So it is just being alive to the fact that this, like a child, I always use that analogy. You can bring it up to a certain point, but if you don't have the necessary structures, you might not necessarily be able to drive it to the next phase. So I always bring the analogy of, yes, when we are raising children, they're in the house, and then they go out to be taught by other people, right? It's because there are needs that are actually there to help the business develop. So that's what a business advisor does. Come in objectively and say, this is where you want to grow, this is where your business wants to grow, this is what you actually need to do. So giving you access to other experiences. Like I mentioned, we've worked with SMEs from across 26 countries in Africa. And at the heart of it, the challenges are exactly the same. How do I plan for growth? Because I rely on smallholder farmers. right? They are not necessarily increasing exponentially, right? The new generation are not keen on being smallholder farmers. Everyone is moving out. So what happened? So it's helping you understand the experience from other markets, what has happened, and how you can leverage on it. So how was my experience of AINFP? Just very quickly. I think for me, what stood out was the wholeness of the approach of the AINFP program. Because when we talk about access to financing, when you think about financing, it's to help you move from point A to B. There has to be something tangible. But in food processing, there are what we call the intangible quality aspects. When you want to have a higher quality product, it does not necessarily mean that the market is willing to reward you for that. So some of you have to take a hit, right? Because you're trying to produce food at a certain standard, but that particular market is not willing to pay you for it. So how do you communicate something like that to the financier, where they will see that if they are comparing like and like, your margins might not be as healthy as someone else's. So how do you explain that you're actually investing in ensuring that you have a higher quality product that will pay off in the end? The other aspect I just wanted to say was, and I think someone understood it, based on where you are on growth, I loved what someone said. Some of you ended up with very good banking relations. Others ended up having private equity people chase you down. I remember, especially after some of the meetings. And others actually discovered other forms of financing, like invoice discounting. And it's just to help you understand that the financiers of today are taking a very different approach. Right? It's not always collateral-based lending. You know, they're trying to be innovative, and as you've heard from the financiers themselves, is they are able to come in and meet your business where it is required to be. So what do you need to do? And that's where we're talking about investment preparedness. Understand your finances. Be able to speak, not about your gross margins. Anyone can do that. I buy at 10 and I sell at 12. Okay, brilliant, but you've not really told us more about your business, right? It's about understanding the nitty-gritties of what's driving your business, what's driving your cost, how do you optimize this, what do you need funding for, how much, when, and how you're going to utilize it. I remember one of the guys we were talking to said, I'd taken loans before and really suffered because I didn't even know how to manage, right? So that's the information that we are providing. And lastly, networking opportunities with funders. We had our pitching, we had our engagements, and a lot of you, I'm happy to hear, you met some of these funders unofficially before the pitching and after the pitching, and you've kept this relationship. So the idea is don't get to know Collins or Simon today and ask for the loan. Get to know them, build a relationship, let them understand what you're trying to do, and cultivate. The no today doesn't mean it'll be no every day, because your business is changing and growing. So I'd say for me, that was a key learning from the AINFP program.
Thank you so much, Diana. And now we have one of our clients who we have walked the Access to Finance journey with, and we will listen to Ken as he shares with us his experience.
So, good afternoon once again. I would begin by first saying a big thank you to all the investors I see in this and entrepreneurs I see on this floor, because I can only imagine what you guys go through just to get a business running. And like Diana is saying, sometimes the business loves you more, and the reverse also happens. So, I mean, I can only say kudos to you. And given the business environment that we are operating, then, I mean, ongera kwenu. So that's where I'll begin. And then I'll say that I potentially met this program towards the tail end. But then, why don't I take one step back and say, my colleague from Stanbic said that the Asian community is doing very well in terms of handing over to the next generation. I'm happy to tell you that we are second generation managers for our business, and we are a good number of us in Meru that we are seeing even a third generation coming in. So that tells you that I come from Meru. Okay, and what Meru is known for most of the time is Mira, but our business is in baking. Baking in many times is not seen as an industry, but I would tell you whatever the dairy industry does, right from sourcing all the way until we sell and bank our money, we do the same things. So we do the same things in terms of quality management and all that. So what you see at the supermarket is potentially part of it, but when we go to commercial, it gets to be a little more interesting. But having said that, what I would say is that for this program, we have had several interventions. I'll just mention them and then come back to A2F, which is access to finance. Quality management from the team, lots of training in that. That includes making sure the staff fully understand when we talk about food safety. Is it something we just do when we come to the factory, or do we do it all round the clock? In other words, tuwatoe kutoka kwa ile hesabu ya Sunday Christians. So they practice it. So when we say short fingernails, what does it mean? Is it just when we come to the factory or not? Cover your hair, what does it mean? Stuff like that. Okay? So that was one big value addition to our business. Our bread used to last 4 days. I can tell you we are sitting at 8 days now. Na hatujaweka ile dawa mbaya. It's just good manufacturing processes. So thanks once again to the program, because that was a key contribution, and it's a big selling point for us. I can almost certainly tell you we sell our products in far areas like Maralal. Do you know where Samburu is, right? And we are also selling our bread all the way, you know where the wind farms are? Past Marsabit. It's only a loaf of bread that I know at this point in time is able to survive there for 5 days. That heat, the dust. So again, what can I say about the program? I mean, that speaks a lot, isn't it? Now, when we come down to access to finance, we wanted to develop distributors that would potentially carry our brand. Our kind of business model is we sell our products in the far-flung areas. So if you come to Meru town, you hardly find our bread or cakes, cookies. But if you drive a couple of kilometers down to Tharaka, you go to, you know where Marimanti is? Kadangashini, some far off areas, that's where you're likely to find our products. And what we noticed is that as much as we needed to access information on how access to finance works, we also learned a lot from Team Diana and others that even our distributors need to learn a little bit about the finances. Otherwise, how do they pay us back? So digital solutions, getting to know basic bookkeeping for them. How do they therefore separate hii pesa ni ya boda, hii pesa ni ya bakery, hii nayo naeza onja kidogo. Sometimes that ratio is upset, and then eventually the bakery runs into trouble because then they're not paying up. So most of the things we learn go further than just the bakery. Okay, so there's that bit, and it's quite exciting when you look at the transformation that is happening on the ground. So, and then potentially my time is up now, but I would say the key lessons that we take as an enterprise is what options are available for financing? When do you actually need them? Do you actually need it? Or can you move around your resources and still get it done? Is it equity? Is it going to be debt? For debt, is it operations? Is it going to be capital for some equipment? How are you going to structure it? But that learning goes on even after the trainings, and you begin now learning that there are so many players in the financial sector, and there are many options available for us in business. We can only say that going forward, open your eyes, see what is available, and grab the opportunities as they come. So, ongera tena to the program, and I can only say that we are quite happy with the initial steps that we've taken. As much as we came to the program at the tail end, we have gained quite some benefits on our end. And thank you for that.
So thank you so much, Ken, for walking us through your journey. And at this point, we are going to take a pause to welcome the next panel. A very big thank you to our panelists. I had for them. And as Ken has said, the learning continues. You have, for the SMEs who are here, you established relationships with financiers. You have learned the new products that are in the market from Stanbic, what ABSA is offering, what PS is offering. Please keep these conversations going on beyond the life of the program because your businesses are still growing. Okay?
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, we won't take questions for the panel, but just note the panelists and catch them over lunch, over the networking session to get a few questions in. As we welcome the next panel, we'll just play a short testimonial just to show what we are talking about in terms of our Access Finance training. And we'll welcome the next panel moderated by Josephine, welcoming George Njoroge, Farm to Market Alliance, welcoming James Muturi, CEO, Delicia Nutri, and Stephen Tirop, CEO, Anakoi Dairy.
Hi, I'm Shriti from Simple Foods Limited. The access to finance, I was like, I don't know what this is about. I didn't really know what I was going to come in, and I actually said I'm only going to come for a few hours each day because I've got so much going on. I came in here and I was wowed, and I've learned so much in this last 1 week. I have never learned so much, and something that's so relevant and important to my job and to what I need to know in order to move the business into a different level. The things that I've actually really understood is the team from PS has been incredible. I think this is something that all businesses, be it family or be it individuals or SMEs, need to understand what this is about. It really helped me to think out of the box. My team as well have come in and said, this has been the most intensive but the most interesting growth. We understand now where you're coming from with all these things. But I think Diana and her team have really made me see that how important it is to take reflection and know the direction the company is in. Preparing that pitch deck really took us to took my head to a different level, that now I feel so much more confident with my product and my business that I know that I can pitch and take it to other people and use the same pitch deck to my customers and other people that I present to. So I am eternally grateful because I think it's added really, really great advantage to how I'm prepared now for the next step. I want to say thank you, Rose, for pushing me to do this, and thank you to Anthony for always being a support and guide in Simply Foods to moving forward. But also thank you to the whole team, because I feel that the amount of energy and effort in serving people like us to make sure that we make a difference is really, really good to have a partner who knows and understands what our needs may be. Thank you.
Wow, that was quite an interesting discussion and a great panel that we had. So next on stage, I have a very strong team here, made of very strong men. We're going to be discussing a very interesting topic. I know it's quite heavy, and especially for most of us in the room who are food processors. I know this is an area where for most of the clients, most of the food processors we've interacted with, we've not had one who's not talked about the challenges in raw material sourcing. So we are quite excited to be discussing today what are some of the opportunities we have in integrating smallholder farmers into our supply chains as food processors. We believe we may not have all the solution, but from the discussion, listening to some of the stories from some of our clients, you'll be motivated to think about sourcing locally. I know some of us import our raw materials, but we believe there are opportunities. So before we delve into our discussion, I'm happy to have my panelists here have a quick round of introduction, tell us where they're coming from and their title in brief. I'll start with George on the far end.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm George Njoroge. I work at Farm to Market Alliance. I don't think I'll even have to speak. So many people have spoken about us. I coordinate the program in Kenya. We are housed by World Food Program, and we implement through Cereal Growers Association. The mandate we have is to ensure enhanced productivity and income for smallholder farmers, with a tagline of making markets work better for smallholder farmers. So when we discuss, we'll delve deeper into what do we do to achieve productivity enhancement and incomes sustainably.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Moturi. I'm CEO of a company called Delicious and Nutri. It's a name which is coined from processing of delicious and nutritious food products. We are based here in Nairobi and sourcing locally within the country. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Stephen Tirop, the CEO in AINFP Farmers Cooperative Society, one of the oldest cooperatives in Kenya, which is dealing with 3 value chains, that is dairy, potatoes, and poultry. And we work with 2,000 farmers, smallholder farmers, who supply our products. And our core mandate is to market the produce on behalf of the farmers and also build their capacity to be able to produce and sustain their livelihoods. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So to get it into our discussion, I should have mentioned that for us to make it possible in terms of integrating smallholder farmers into our program, AINFP does not work directly with farmers, but through the strong collaboration we've had with Farm to Market Alliance, we've been able to see successes and great achievements in our program. As we speak now, we are actually happy to say we've been able to establish over 10,000 new smallholder farmer linkages with farmers. And we've been able to see, thank you. And not only the new linkages, but then this has also resulted in value of purchases of over 800 million Kenya shilling, which for us is a plus. And so we want to ensure we can continue building on that impact. So in our discussion today, we want to delve so much in terms of looking at the partnership we've had with Farm to Market Alliance, and we'll also get to listen from 2 of our clients we've worked with in the program in different intervention areas. So you can also get to hear their journey or what impact some of these interventions have had in their work as they work with the smallholder farmers. So I'll start us off by posing a question to George. We'd want to hear from you, George, as Farm to Market Alliance, having worked in this sector for so long, having worked with farmers for many years, what are some of the key challenges that you've been able to see facing that sector? And more particularly looking at the food processors in the hubs, what are some of the key challenges they're facing? What opportunities or strategies have you been able to implement that can help address some of those challenges?
Thanks a lot. We have been in this space in 4 countries now since 2015 and 7 years in Kenya. And when we are given that mandate by the Alliance members, the 6 of them, we tried figuring out how do we improve the productivity and incomes. And one of the main challenges, we're in a country where it's food deficit. On the other side, the market players are saying they can't get enough. So how do you relate the 2 problems? On one side, we are not producing enough, and the people who are buying are also not getting enough. Why, if you look around, the food industry is mainly, the main producers are smallholder farmers. We have the large-scale farmers, but the majority are smallholder farmers. One of the challenges is that they don't grow and plant at the same time. So they are not even structured in a way that they can supply anyone. So the first basic is just to harmonize their production calendar. 2, they are quite expensive to engage because of the volumes that they produce for a private sector player. So it only makes sense if you aggregate economic volumes that will attract a private player to engage. As a result of disaggregated way of production, the consistency of produce that they generate, the quality is so different. So if you are looking for millet, and Simple Food will tell you, one will look here more brown than the other because there's no that consistent quality. So again, you also look at what are the technologies they are using. Look at the last 2 years where we had drought and they could not be able to produce because they are still using a disc plow, exposing the sun, the soil to the sun. And when drought comes, they are not able to produce. So it's multi-pronged around one. The first basics was organize them. Organize at least 200 farmers around a farmer service center. A farmer service center is a rural entrepreneur who we capacity build to do linkages of inputs, services, technology, extension, and markets. So one, we address the volume. The volume was one of the big problems. Even what they have, how do you organize the volume? Then we move to the next phase on how do you ensure consistency, supply of quality, ensuring that they get the right seed, they use the right inputs, they are using the right technology, they have a harmonized planting calendar, they have post-harvest loss management techniques. And once you address the quality and volumes, still productivity is not high, but what they have is more, it's better quality, is more aggregated, so you can engage public and private players. But beyond that, how do you enhance their productivity? Now they are organized, they have a linkage with a market player because we also do linkages and we work a lot with the processors here. How do you enhance productivity so that you also create a room where you can have more partners engaging the farmers and they are not only engaging with one person, because that still becomes a problem. Because if they are only engaging with one market player, exploitation kicks in. So it's enhanced productivity in a level that they can engage market players competitively. That's the only way you build a sustainable business. It's not where you build a monopoly. And we know what monopolies in agriculture sector have done. So you create a competitive system, but which is more efficient, both for the farmer and value chain actors. And those are some of the areas we are seeing. By doing so, the rural economy is growing. We are getting more capital flowing to the rural areas, setting up of agrovets, setting up of aggregation centers, setting up of service providers, because there is capital flowing to the rural areas. And by doing so, many people who would otherwise not have gone to areas where he spoke Kadhangashieni, it's in Tarakanidi, very remote place. But he goes there because there is value. So the moment you organize the rural economy, you attract both public and private capital to flow there. And that's how we found ourselves engaging with you, because there was that need to ensure that there's flow of capital.
Yeah, thank you, George. I think in the same line of discussion, you did mention that one of the challenges is on technology use. We'd want to hear from you if you could slightly expound on that. How is technology? And maybe tied to that also is technology and capacity building initiatives. How is it ensuring that we can integrate smallholder farmers into the supply chain while ensuring this sustainability and fair trade prices?
Thanks a lot. I think tech has really facilitated growth path in ag sector now than before. Let's start with even production itself. We are faced by drought as a main challenge in the food industry. What practices are our farmers utilizing to produce food? We have just barely scratched the surface, but literally everybody is on a disc plow. What does it do? It exposes the soil to the sun, and when it's drought, you can't produce anything. So you need to reduce the soil disturbance. That's where everything is grown. So we have been trying to push use of minimum all up to zero tillage to ensure that the soil can produce, all can carry the crops even under extreme conditions. That's a very basic way of changing agriculture, and that's what our forefathers used to do. There was no disc plow, so they used to plant on the ground. So just get back there. However, how do you show the farmer and train that farmer? You have to build demo sites and show them how it's done. Second, you look at working with these processors. They have rules of origin. They have traceability rules. They are all being, especially if you are dealing with some of the protected crops, cassava, millet, sorghum. If you want to get a tax benefit, you have to have traceability elements. There are some who are doing export, the residue levels. So technology assists in tracking the source. Where was the food sourced? And progressively, we are getting to that space where the consumers need to know where did the food come from. Was there child labor? We always find such questions, and technology is aiding in getting to that. Then the financial space. You tell farmers and to keep records in a book. El Nino comes and the book is leaned on and it goes. So then next, after the rains, you tell them to go to a bank. What do they deliver to the bank? But the moment they start digitizing their transactions, they are able to engage with the financial sector players. We are lucky, we are in a country where M-Pesa is really utilized, and many of the value chain actors are using M-Pesa statement. Ideally, that's technology digitizing a financial transaction to enable you access credit and also have an engagement with value chain actors. So, and we are still moving to areas where AI is now being used, remote sensing, and we are working with some of the partners to assist the producer, because once we get the base light, the value chain will grow. If the base is long, we'll always keep complaining that the market players are not paying value to the farmer. Not that they are not paying value to the farmer, but the value chains are so inefficient, so we pay the cost of inefficiency. So everybody goes home unhappy, and we keep blaming each other. So tech also assists in making value chains more efficient, more engagement, more information transfer, market system, and such other things.
Yeah, thank you, George. That was quite a mouthful. My final question to you. I'm sure they've heard about you saying you partnered with the Alliance, but they don't know how did you partner with AINFP or the Alliance program. If you could elaborate in brief, and how that has resulted in increased sourcing for our clients whom you've been able to support.
Yeah, we started the journey a while back, and we got communication from the Alliance and to tell our farmer service center that they are these market players. But they could not believe it until we did the first business-to-business forum, I think in the next room. And we brought some of the value chain actors here, and they met the farmer service centers, and the discussions began there. So the first activity was just to do a matchmaking. The people who organize farmers and the processors knowing each other and starting the conversation. Part of the volumes that were mentioned here, the engagement began that day. Progressively, we have been doing market share information where we share what the farmers have and the Alliance shares the processors who are willing. So it's on a rolling basis, we keep engaging farmers in the market systems. Over and above that, we have gotten into spaces where we want to study some value chains, and we have done collaborative studies to understand how effective, effective key value chains that the processors here are engaged in, so that we can lock the bottlenecks. So we have done several studies, I think, millet, sorghum, and others will continue coming in, because we want also to use fact-based interventions. In potato value chain, together with one of the processor and the Alliance, we have set training sites in Elgeyo Marakwet, just to ensure that farmers are able to see what the processors want on site, so that it's not written in paper, they are seeing a fellow farmer doing what the processors are doing. And it's something that we'll continue doing. I think Simply Food, we have done some work in Transmara around finger millet, and we'll continue doing these linkages, learning sites, technology transfer, knowledge transfer, and research, because research will guide us in areas of intervention.
Yeah, thank you, George. And now, besides what George has mentioned, in terms of one of our intervention area, that's around the B2B forums. We've also had other interventions or strategies that AINFP has been able to implement to support our clients access quality raw material, and not just quality, but consistent supply of the quality raw material. So we'll now be hearing from one of our clients whom we've worked very closely with. That's Delishan Nutri, who will in brief share with us his journey in adopting one of the strategies we've had in the program, which is inclusive business plan development. So over to you, James.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jess. So I think as a background, I may want to highlight, we process groundnuts-based products, and so that's one of the key raw material that we use. And a lot of our groundnuts that is used in the country, it's usually imported. Almost 80% is imported in the country, coming from countries like Malawi, Zambia. We also have Mozambique. For industrial use, you find most of the companies import from Argentina and India. And now during the COVID-19, the time there were several restrictions, so the entire supply chain was disrupted a lot. So for where we were sourcing from, coming from Malawi, it was disrupted the time when you are hearing there's a border closing. Also a lot of checks which are done and testing done. And the price actually had risen from 120 shillings per kilo to almost, it was ranging between 250 and 280. So you can imagine that's almost more than doubling of the price, and that's the key raw material. And out of that, now we are exploring how are we able to source locally and ensure that we have that, we have developed the local sourcing from local smallholder farmers. And it's from there where we interacted with the program and developed an integrated business plan. So the integrated business plan was a comprehensive document that is going to look at how we can have that strategy and roll out on sourcing locally. So we worked with the program and developed a very comprehensive document looking at where do we source the groundnuts within the country. And knowing that groundnuts does not grow all over the country, there are specific regions. And here we are, we want to venture into some areas quite remote where we have not been, we had not even before visited there. So we developed this document together with the program, and it was looking at opportunities now from our farmers in terms of how are we able to ensure that the farmers' prices are competitive. Yeah, I think one thing I may also want to mention is the cost of production by farmers was quite high since they were just producing traditionally. So we were looking at opportunity also to lower the cost of our production so that the price that we are buying from farmers will become competitive. So, and also we were looking at the quality perspective. In terms of groundnuts, it's usually quite susceptible to aflatoxin, and we were looking at measures on how we can reduce the aflatoxin to almost negligible, so as to be able to buy from our local farmers. So that's now also looking at quality. And also, we are also looking at aspects of the quantities, so that we are going to have quantities that are commercially feasible. I think George has mentioned about how do you aggregate. So if you are transporting products, let's say from Kerio Valley, where is one of the areas we currently through the integrated business plan, where we are able to set up a hub, you will find that a lorry that is transporting from there will charge you 40,000 around to 50,000 based on the capacity. So you want to have a quantity about, let's say, a minimum of 10,000 kilos, that is 10 tons, so that the cost of transportation will be less than 5 shillings, so that it can now be able to compete with what you had, the margin, or rather you can be able now to increase your margin, and also the cost that you had, we had mapped. So what we did through this integrated business plan, it was quite a comprehensive document that we developed, looking at who are the stakeholders who are there. We identified people like seed producers. We have the Egerton that we are still working with. We identified stakeholders who are going to help us in reducing the aflatoxin. Here we were able to engage and still get into collaborations with the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture. They produce a product called Aflasafe. Aflasafe is a natural product that is applied in farms to reduce now the aflatoxin. And it is able to reduce aflatoxin to all other products. That is a sorghum, groundnuts, even maize, any other product that is usually affected by aflatoxin. Also, we were able to identify how how we can mechanize, because one of the issues we realized during the development of that, the IBP, is most of the farmers were shelling manually using their hands, so cracking the hard shell. And it was discouraging most of the farmers to venture into big farms. You find most of the farmers are claiming, I can only do half an acre or quarter an acre because of the issue I'll have after harvesting. How am I going to shell? So we were able to install, and we have installed a sheller in Kerio Valley, which has now assisted our farmers in terms of sharing. Also, we were looking at our opportunities now to integrate and ensure that we have equity, how to bring in young farmers, young women and men, and also women. And groundnuts being a product that grows quite in a short period of time, in about 3 to 4 months, looking at measures how we are going to integrate and ensure also these, our farmers are able to, if they don't have land, they are going to be able to lease land. So, and also how we are going to train them. And I think lastly also we noted that the farmers have different needs. Mainly the financial needs, some of which we may not be able to meet. And we were able also to see who are the players working with the smallholder farmers and how we can integrate. And we were able also to, in Kerio Valley, we have worked with the Vision Fund, who are directly able to provide financing to farmers. See, for instance, the financing for tilling the lands and other aspects. So it was a very comprehensive document that laid out the foundations for which now we were able to roll out local sourcing for import substitutions, and also so that we are going to increase the yield of farmers, mechanize, looking at the quantities and the quality. And we have continued to implement the strategy that we laid out there. It had step-to-step approach, how we are going to operationalize it, and it has been quite helpful, and we are quite grateful to the program. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Delisha Nutri. I don't know whether you'd want to highlight 1 or 2 impact areas given the support we gave you on the inclusive business practices. Is there 1 or 2?
Yeah, one of the impact I want to say, we are now working with over 2,000 farmers who are farming for us through contract farming model. So it's a big impact, and these were, the numbers is approximately almost 4 times to what we had before then. And also we have managed now to link up with the different stakeholders who we are collaborating with. I think for most of these nutritious products, you find they were somehow not structured. We have managed now to structure that value chain now for our own use. We have also managed, in terms of our sales, we have increased, we have doubled our sales from the time we started interacting with the program. We have managed to double our sales. And the trend now has also continued to improve. We have now identified those opportunities for mechanizing, and as I had said, we already have established, we are using a hub model, and we have now established 4 different hubs, where we have also recruited some agronomists, so rolling out the entire structure, almost from 0 to something which is now quite operating well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, James. So besides the B2B forum, we've heard about supporting our clients develop IBP plans. We also had a unique strategy that we did implement into the program, and that was the gender business responsive business practices training. Before the training, we had an assessment that we did with all the clients we did. We wanted to establish what are some of the gender-based constraints that our clients are facing, and be it from the raw material sourcing, the production, to the distribution. So in line with our discussion today, I would want to invite one of our panelists, Mr. Tirop, who's from AINFP, very far, but we appreciate him for being in the panel. He's going to share with us in brief how they've been able to utilize that training that they recently attended, and to ensure they're able to integrate there's gender equality or gender equity in their sourcing strategies. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Josephine. And once again, I want to say thank you so much to TechnoServe and AINFP team for the support and the trainings that was actually eye-opener, and that has made AINFP to make strides in doing gender-inclusive business practices in an area which was next to impossible. So AINFP is situated in Uasin Gishu County and richly dominated by Kalenjins. And the initial owners of AINFP Farmers Cooperative who formed AINFP were purely men. So you will find in our AGM, those who own land and those who own cows are only men. Women only provide the services at the farm. So you would hardly find our suppliers being women because they don't have any of the, they mentioned the resources. So, but over some time, we have tried all our means to find and identify how we'll do gender inclusive business practices as a cooperative. And through support of AINFP program, now we are able to increase our membership to a ratio of, at the moment, 40 to 50, that is women to men. And the areas of intervention was one. We realized that we took advantage of what happens around that. Men will take the morning milk, which is considered to be voluminous, and then the afternoon milk is left for women and the family as a food. So we have been able to train women and encourage them, because we also find that women are the ones who are in charge of the household. They are the ones who are taking care of the animals. So through the trainings that we offer to them, we are able to increase milk production for the afternoon so that it becomes impossible to consume all of it by the household. So the surplus, we organize collection of afternoon milk, which are purely registered for women. So that made us now bring on board women, and through the same milk, we do a check-off for shareholding so that they're also members of the cooperative. And that's how we have achieved in running that. And also to give you a background of what we do as AINFP Farmers Cooperative Society in the 3 value chains that I mentioned, that we have 4 organized departments. We have finance and administration. We have a milk procurement and extension department. We have stores, supplies, and value chain development department, and we have dairy and quality control department. So from all those departments, these are service departments that offer customized services to our members. So I'll talk I'll mention later on the finance and administration, but want to begin from the most important department that engages with the farmers on day-to-day basis. That is the extension department. So we have been able to group our farmers into farmer field schools. So we make sure that each farmer, of the 2,000 farmers who are registered as members now, inclusive of women, each one of them will find themselves in a group of 50 that forms a farmer field school, so that in that farmer field school we are able to train them and be able to customize the trainings to meet their standard. And in that we are able to graduate farmers. We cluster farmers again in each school in 3 categories: the beginners, those who are in the middle, and the top ones, so that we offer customized training to them. So, and in all of that, we ensure that they are meeting that gender. And we want to achieve a 50-50 gender inclusive in the field school. So from there, we are able now to reach out to them, because we realize when you call for the common field days that you bring, like a parasa, only men will attend, because women will not find time to attend those trainings. They are taking of the household course. So, but when we take trainings to the farmer field school, we make sure that the timing for the trainings will also factor in the time that women are free to attend those trainings. And through that, for the last 1 year, the last AGM, the top three suppliers, those who did the highest volumes of milk supplied, were women. Yeah, and we are foreseeing the same this year. So, because we've seen that there is great potential in women if we empower them, and that information was not there before. And in reaching out now, getting supplies to reach the farmers, we have organized our system of milk collection that we use motorbikes, because they are very convenient and they are fast, so that they relieve women to do other chores. Because initially they used to milk and take milk to the road, wait until when the truck comes there. So they'll have wasted a lot of time. And again, to deliver afternoon milk, which was considered less, then you would not use a vehicle or even oxen to transport, because it becomes cumbersome. But for motorbikes, then we are able to collect that milk efficiently, and it favors women. So we have been able to reach out to them and access to agrovet services through our stores. Then they can be able to also be delivered the same by the use of the transporters who collect milk in the afternoon, so they pick items, distribute to them, so it becomes easier for them to access our services in the agrovet. In access to finance through the Finance and Administration Department, we are able to link, because we group them in the farmer field school. We have clustered again based on gender, that we have women within that farmer field school, so that they form the larger formation of the Women Council, so that they can be able to articulate their rights and their needs. And we provide customized financing support and linkages through those schools. We realize also that it's very easy to work with women, because mostly you'll find women in chamas, we find them in social gatherings as opposed to men. Men don't gather so easily. So that becomes an avenue for us to even build the capacity of the women. And we are building on that so that we ensure that they get equitable services. And with our value addition, we have had an opportunity to bring Mursik in this place. So that milk is purely from afternoon milk, which are produced by women. So we have done that so that we provide an equitable, because the afternoon milk is considered less, and then we want to bring more price to it to balance of the equation. And we pay bonuses for women for the value-added products, which is afternoon. The morning milk, which is considered big volumes, and then we do structured contracts with strategic suppliers, and we are very happy. Again, in this forum, we got some access and linkages, and I'm glad that we have some here, like Resis. We have who buy our milk all the way from Wasingishu to Nyeri. Our milk are found that because of the quality that can be attested. So that's how we have been able to handle that as a farmers cooperative based with strong cultural beliefs, and we are able to maneuver that and bring on board women into inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, and to enable us have or listening to the remaining sessions, I think my key takeaway from what you've had here, as food processors, we must be ready to invest in the local smallholder farmers if we are actually to succeed. So there's no shortcut to it. From what you've listened, the stories we've had here, we provided the strategies, but they, clients, had to come in and invest. So thank you so much. A big, big thank you to our great panelists. And feel free to interact with them. And I think in the house you also had Kenaf. Feel free to interact not only with the panelists, but other stakeholders that we have in the room. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we'll take you through as we transition to the third panel on access to BOP markets, moderated by Rose Gatongi, on what it means to be part of the Women in Leadership training. Welcome, Rose. Tabitha Manyeki from Duka Owners Association, Wamboi Mbarire, CEO Retail Retrack, Carol Alango, CEO Dash Crop. Welcome.
My name is Mercy Jen Malou. I'm the operations manager for the Limited. In my mind, I knew that I'm coming here to be trained how to only improve my business. But contrast to what I expected, I have received a holistic training whereby I've understood how to first improve myself personally, and then now improve our business holistically. So it has exceeded my expectation. So life cycle of what does it, the life cycle, the circle of our concern, and the leadership and management framework is really a thumbs up to me. And thanks to the team. They really explain each step well, each circle. I could figure out, I could relate with myself, I could relate with the business. and I could see the gaps that have not been, the issues that have not been solving, which have been trickling down and affecting our performance. I'm so grateful to TechnoServe for such great event. I'm so thankful to the motivators, the trainers. I'm so thankful to the USAID for organizing the entire program. It has really impacted. I thought, especially personally, the imposter syndrome in me, I feel like I no longer have that fear of the unknown. I've understood why it's hindering me and how I can work around it.
Good afternoon. This is the Access to Markets panel, and we will make an attempt to be precise and to the point because it is lunchtime. So in the AINFP program, as we've already updated you, we have supported 55 food processing companies, and to date, the sales that they have registered amount to 17 billion Kenya shillings. And this is through some of the initiatives that we have had together, including access to working capital to be able to distribute and, of course, market their products. We have also had B2B forums to be able to link the food processing companies to both formal and informal distributors of food products, to the BOP markets and to the high-end markets. We've also worked with individual food processing companies to revamp their marketing plans, including what we call inclusive marketing plans that take into consideration reaching the BOP market. We have also conducted market studies to be able to quantify demand and supply between the food processing companies and supermarkets, distributors, retailers. And this afternoon, 3 o'clock, we will be disseminating the results of that market study. So we would like to welcome you to stay on after lunch to be able to listen to the results that we've been able to put together. And of course, that forms opportunities for both the distributors and the food processing companies. We also have had a market study on millet and sorghum value chains to be able to identify the challenges and, of course, you know, to identify market players who are already providing solutions to those challenges, and, you know, of course, even for the opportunities for the processors to be able to see where the gaps are or where the opportunities are. And a study conducted by Sun Business Network in 2022 in 12 developing countries, including Kenya, found that the key challenges facing food processing companies were mainly related to costs and funding. For example, the cost of doing business, the cost of marketing, the cost of distribution, among others. And of course, some of the companies are still experiencing the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Then the study also identified challenges related to accessing suitable financing, limited working capital, decrease in sales, as you would expect, downsizing, staffing to be able to reduce operational costs, and, you know, cost, and then, of course, among other challenges. So this afternoon, we will briefly explore or even talk about innovative ways in which, you know, both the formal and the informal distribution channels have been able to consider to be able to address those challenges, including the outstanding or the challenges that are still facing the sector. So with me here are 3 panelists, and I want to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves briefly, name, your organization, and what your role is in that organization.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wambui Mbarire. I run the Retail Trade Association of Kenya, which is a business membership organization of the formal retail sector. Happy to be here.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Tabitha Manyeki. I'm the chair, Duka Owners Organization.
Good afternoon, everyone. Carolina Lango from Dashtop Limited.
I'm the CEO of the company.
Thank you. And the first question goes to Tabitha, who is the chair of the newest association, maybe in this room, the National Duka Owners Umbrella Organization. And just for you to know, this association was supported by TechnoServe from the concept all the way to the registration of the association. So my question to you, Tabitha, is how does this association envision enhancing collaboration between micro retailers and food processing companies to ensure the efficient distribution of nutritious and affordable food products to informal settlements in Kenya? And you can talk to us about how the logistical challenges will be addressed.
Thank you for having me here, Rose. First of all, National Duka Organization, it's an umbrella organization that brings Duka owners together. We establish formal relationships with food processors. For example, I can give an example of one of our associations. There is one group in Huruma area whereby they have an agreement with a dairy processor. Thereby, they are purchasing in bulk products for dairy. After that, they resell in their shops, therefore making a good margin. Also, they bring accessibility to customers at affordable prices. That one we can say it's better compared to the time the Duka owners, they could have gone to source the product themselves, because when they have an agreement with the food processor, the products they get in time, they get direct contact with the processor. Also, the processor will be able to get feedback in time. And we are still looking forward to make more partnership with other food processors. The other thing we can see regional associations. Most of them, we envision them to be transformed to distribution centers, because once the products get to them, they are able even to distribute to Dukas who are not even members for organization. Yeah, and therefore they create employment. We have an example in one of our group in Kayole Junction. There are women which have shops. They are able to do distribution themselves. Once they purchase in bulk, they are able even to distribute to other shops, hence creating employment to them.
Awesome. So the food processing companies in the room who are not distributing through the newest association in town, you're missing out, and maybe it's time you had a meeting with Tabitha. The next question is to Wamboi, the CEO of Retrack. So how can the Retail Trade Association of Kenya collaborate with local food processing businesses to enhance the efficiency and sustainability of the distribution channels from the factory to the table, while ensuring affordability and accessibility for consumers?
Thank you very much, Rose. I think I want to start by saying that, so I represent the formal sector. Our retail market is made up of 70% informal. So when we say Duka owners, we kind of are referring to the informal, but any manufacturer will tell you that the largest retail market is the informal sector, which is what the Duka Association is bringing together. How can we make them more efficient and more sustainable, for example? I think the first thing I would want to say is about information sharing, in terms of what is available in the market, in terms of that which is available in market, how do we make it more appealing, more market-friendly? And this can be through joint forums between the retailers and the macro processors. You can have forums that will teach people in terms of listing, in terms of inventory management, training, basic training that was done, for example, by the Duka owners at the onset of the program, where they engaged a few of the people I've met in the room today back then on basic skills of managing a retail outlet. The other thing I would say is data, collecting data. I think somebody talked about technology today, and it gives you basic data in terms of what is being bought and what is not being bought. I like to give an example of body oils, for example. Body oils, things like dishwashing lotion, dishwashing liquids, which is something everyone seems to go into. And I keep asking, if you do something that's already in the market, what differentiates you? So how can you gather that information so that even if I'm on a shelf with 20 others, I still make a sale because of the differentiating aspect of that? Then collaboration in logistics. I'll tell you, one of the supermarkets that we have purposes not to list everyone who wants to be listed, but they group them together, not the same product so that you're not competing, but people in like-minded products. If, for example, you're doing a lotion and I'm doing a body wash, we can be connected to somebody who's doing the opposite so that the logistics of transporting from wherever you are to the shelf is also reduced. And then, of course, continuous education and training. There's always something to learn. And I loved, I think it was Viola who said, you wake up to the fact that it's really not always about money. It is about what you have access to in terms of information that allows you to better improve on your own product or become more efficient. And that efficiency is what will reduce the cost of your production. And then obviously there's always the issue of policy and advocacy. Every Kenyan currently is talking about the high cost of living, and that high cost of living has a direct connection with the high cost of production. How can we speak to government to ensure that the things that are making business expensive are managed or brought down?
Thank you, Amboi. We have a client represented here, Caroline Alango, who is the CEO of Dash Crop Limited. Caroline talked to us about some of the strategies that you're using to be able to penetrate the local markets through the informal and formal distribution channels.
Thank you very much, Rose. First of all, I want to say that my product is known as Dash Foods. That's our brand name. So far, we have 5 products in the market. And for us, the first thing that we did was to look at the market and see what was missing. So while almost all the companies are doing sifted flour, we decided to do the wholemeal flour that a number of people were not even willing to touch. But do it in a manner that it would be clean enough, would be hygienic enough to have a shelf life that would be long enough for our consumers to get it. And we also looked at the consumer preference in this country. And for us to arrive at this, we realized each of our products had its own consumer. So we did what was called consumer segmentation. We basically looked at the people who are buying our products, and we realized that they were falling in several categories. There are those whose concern was price rather than quality, but price. And we said, how do we make sure that we give them a product that is affordable to them and also still get the quality that they would want? The other thing that we looked at was not just food security, but we looked at food and nutrition security. How would we make sure that when our consumer picks our product, then they are able basically to get the basic nutrients that someone needs in a day from just consuming Dash Foods flour? And so these are some of the things that we did. And for us to have been able to reach both the formal and informal markets, after segmentation, we realized we had 4 consumers. Number 1 were the institutions, whereby we had associations, we have schools, and even hospitals. Number 2 was the market, the retail market. And I'm not talking about the Dukas, but I'm talking about places like hotels that would rather wish to buy directly from us, so those who are doing catering services and such. Then we also realized that we had another segment, which were the tier 1, 2, and 3 supermarkets, which are also represented here. And the people who buy from these supermarkets, the terms of earnings, in terms of their preferences, are also different from the BOP customer. But the largest customer that we realized we had to reach out to was the BOP customer. This person who doesn't earn so much would wish to balance their income versus the requirement, the nutritional requirements of their family. So when we looked at all that, that was number 1. Number 2, we looked at ways of accessing these people. And for each of those client categories that I've mentioned, their reach, how to reach them is quite different. There are those that would want the product delivered to their doorstep, and yet it be affordable. Then there are also those who would wish to have the products available where they can get it on credit. And that is where the BOP product, the BOP customer falls. They want to go to this Duka like with ones run by Smart Duka, whereby they can get products and maybe pay at the end of the month or when they get their money. Then there were also the institutions who are targeting the vulnerable of the society, like children with malnutrition. And I'm happy to say that this has been our largest clientele. We are actually right now in around 17 counties, courtesy of a partnership with an organization that just targets the populations at risk. The families who earn very little, those who are affected by HIV, and also those who are suffering from malnutrition. So that is what we did, and through that we were able to partner and collaborate with them. So we are using different approaches. For the Tier 1 supermarkets, we have a logistics company that helps us in doing the delivery. Initially, we would come all the way. I think of everybody in this room, probably I'm the one who is coming from the farthest corner. Homa Bay County, bordering both Tanzania and Uganda, right there in the middle of nowhere. But for us to be able to access Nairobi, we realized we couldn't come. So we got a logistics company who is handling that for us and doing the deliveries. The second thing in partnerships, and that maybe I'll talk more as we proceed on, was to ensure that we also enable this partner we meet them halfway. Like one of the partners that I'm talking about who does our unga in Makueni and Kitui and Machakos counties, there is a way that we've agreed with them on the measurements of delivery so that they are also not suffering so much from in terms of costs. And last but not least, we've also been able to have Dukas, some of them in the villages, like, because our model of distribution is slightly different. We started from where the company is. So our first customers are actually the farmers that we buy from. Then now we were just going in a cyclic manner and spreading. And we realized these small Dukas, they usually order. They order like in I would not call it in a group, but if you are going in one direction, we reach out to them so that when we are distributing, then the Dukas in that direction, they are able to access our flour, because they won't buy a bale. They don't even buy one bale of flour. Some of them buy 6, 10 pieces like that, but then we are able to reach them that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And maybe as you close, Caroline, you can tell us how or what are some of the most impactful initiatives we have had in the program?
I think a number of people have mentioned them, others would be here the whole day. I want to say this. Dashcrop Limited, seriously, Dashcrop Limited started off in 2015. And I think we pride ourselves with the pioneers. George is here from FTMA. Actually, they got their initial data of farmers from Dashcrop Limited. That is something I can proudly say so, because we have the backup for it. So being that we are working with farmers in aggregation, where we are doing around 12,000 farmers, 7 counties aggregating. And this business was very lucrative until the obvious happened, which everybody talks about. COVID happened. But for us, there was also something that happened, the politicization of this process, and even as it became more popular. So what happened as we had invested in the process. We were plowing for farmers, we were giving them loans, we were doing everything. Then when a new player comes, what happens? The farmer would sell so that they avoid paying your loan. That is something that we suffered from. But then now COVID had it when EABL did not open, and so we had to look for alternatives. So TechnoServe came in at the time that we actually were at our lowest. While we had moved to a level whereby we were doing around 28 million per year, the year that TechnoServe came, our sales were below 500,000. We were literally on our knees. And then we were getting into processing. And I remember even the answers that I gave, I think we were joking about it with Anthony, the answer that I gave of what I needed were these big machines, everything, I wanted everything to be automated. And they took us through training. After they came on the ground on the first training, which was the GMP training. And we did a needs assessment. Then they told that is what you needed. So that is the first thing that I've benefited from TechnoServe. Just a reality check on what really Dashcrop needed to be able to produce. It was not any of those major things which were costly. Number two is access to finance. This training has actually enabled us to get financiers. We've been able to benefit from root capital, courtesy of that training and the pitching, and also from Kenya Commercial Bank, whereby we are on our third loan. We have been able to get loans on invoicing. I would also wish to mention that because of the B2B training, the B2B meetings that we've had, I think we may be one of the largest beneficiaries of this, not in terms of finance, but in terms of networking. As we speak today, we've been into the KEPSA program. There's a program that's being run by KEPSA and TWIVA, whereby we'll be done for free marketing, online digital marketing. Those meetings happened because of B&B, and we followed up. The other one was our meeting with Root Capital. We've had an in-house accountant paid for by Root Capital for 1 year, courtesy of our pitching. Even as I am here today, the Root Capital team is actually on the ground. And we are happy that we are actually maintaining this person because he's done a pretty good job with our books, which were in a mess. The other one was the gender and leadership, so the leadership training. That leadership training has transformed how I'm operating. So right now, one, I work on my business, not in my business. I can be here comfortably as things go on. Two, one of the people that I have here today who is outside there is actually my daughter. So I'm already seeing, and if you realize, I don't even come for so many trainings because I'm learning that we need to prepare the next generation to take over. That has been courtesy of TechnoServe. My entry into Chandarana supermarket, I did not even have to struggle. We were in a B2B meeting. I met someone who was from Chandarana, was very quiet amongst us. The next day, he arranged a meeting with the director. And we had Chandarana. They gave us 14 branches. Now they have added 14 more. Interestingly, I'm getting interest from other supermarkets courtesy of that. And of course, my entry into the other partners who are doing relief. They are actually supporting the families who are vulnerable. All that has been courtesy of TechnoServe. Lastly, the gender, you call the gender inclusion training, where it's my daughter who came. Right now, everybody is being told how we need to rechange. We thought we had a good policy. There's a lot of changes being made, where we learned that the gender manual is different from what was called the gender, the abuse and something. I forget the exact words. But we are signing a lot of different documents. So as I said, we may be here the whole day. But we have gained so much from this. Out of all those partnerships, we were actually one of the companies who didn't just go to Burundi, but we were also able to showcase in South Africa at the invitation of FAO. And we realized we are the only company in Africa doing naturally fermented flour. Instead of struggling with yogurt, come for that, for better benefits. Thank you.
Awesome. The last question to retrack into the National Duka Owners Umbrella Organization, and you will be quick because you don't have a lot of time. Associations are trusted sources of information, both by consumers and manufacturers. So how is it that the business people in the room can work with you to ensure that there's increased access to safe, nutritious, and affordable food, especially for the low-income consumer markets?
Consumer campaigns. It has to be consumer. Caroline has said a very important thing. Your homestead, your house state, in her case, her village, must be the first people who you interact with in terms of your product. That allows people to start testing it, and that's the challenge I was giving to the lady from the ministry about Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. It has to start at home, because once I'll give you a perfect example of Meru. I don't know whether the Meru guy is still here. Supermarkets have struggled, formal supermarkets have struggled, time immemorial, with Meru County. Even when Nakumat was there, they were not making money in Meru, because the Meru people have totally 100% embraced their own products. So you won't find Festive and Super Loaf and any of the other breads the rest of the country eats in Meru because of that adaptation. Net effect, a lot of bread from Meru can find market in Nairobi. So word of mouth, consumer engagements, in-store engagements where you do either demonstrations about your product or you have a merchandiser talking about your product, cooking promotions of your product if it's a food-related product, because if you use, again, Caroline as an example, a lot of people want to move away from refined flour. But people have the fear of aflatoxin from portion meals. But if it is packaged, mental status tells me this is better. The other thing would be using associations, partnerships. There's TechnoServe, there's GAIN that talks a lot to nutrition, and like now I know they have a program that they're doing through local radio. Education, education, education. I keep saying the one person who usually misses in a room like this is the consumer, but then I always call myself out and say, are you not all consumers? Because you're all consumers, you wear the two hats and start asking questions. Your merchandiser should be able to hold a product and educate the people coming onto the shelf about what is safe, about what fair practices are used in generating your product, what is the nutrition value of that product. So a lot of it is engaging the consumer. If we do not engage the consumer, and that is one of the new age awakening of our retail sector, especially the formal sector, and I see Annabelle here, that at the end of the day, suppliers need to own a product as well, because that has been a challenge. You own your product so that you promote your product, educate people about your product, and then you'll be able to really move whatever nutrition value you're looking to pass on. Or, better still, whatever nutrition value you're claiming your product has, you're able to really confirm to people about it.
Awesome. A duka owner is the contact person with the customer in most cases. And we see that when a manufacturer or the food processor passes information on the nutritional value of a product, it's very possible that that information will reach the customer. So wherever the customer is purchasing the exact product, already he or she has a knowledge what she is purchasing. And on that, most food processors, the manufacturers who have partnership with us, they conduct trainings, and we are very proud of that. Like Aspendos, they are one of the partners who has invested heavily on trainings, and we appreciate them. Also, they benefit because they reduce operation cost. Because you see, once they have one drop off, maybe in eastern area or in a place like Huruma or Kayole, once they have one drop-off point, they reduce their operational costs. And with that, we are able to market the product, give information. They also get feedback. The feedback we normally get or gather from the customers, we usually give them back.
Awesome. So thank you so much. So in summary, what the panel is telling us is that for us to be able to expand our markets, we need to differentiate our products so that they're unique. And then we need to be able to conduct market studies. And it's become much, much cheaper to be able to get information on what your target customers need, because that is what ideally you should be producing. And then networking platforms like these ones, very, very key. Consumer engagement and campaigns, thank you for that, Wambui, and partnerships with industry associations. KAM is in the room, KNAF is here, the National Duka Associations is here, RETRAC is here. So over lunch, please grab any of these people and just ensure that you seal a deal. Thank you.
Can we take two more panels, 15, or 10? Or are we hungry? Maybe one panel? Okay. So I'll call up and we'll add some seats or one. And as we transition, we show you what the panel meant by their work within the bottom of the pyramid industry or the market. And then I'll call upon Anthony Etiang to lead us through the next panel on technical assistance, as well as combine, because he's the same moderator, and take us through food safety standards, food safety management, and certifications for sector-wide trainings. Welcome Anthony Etiang, Joyce Njogu, Head of Consulting Business Development at CAM, Faith Ngila, we met her from Partners in Food Solutions, Lavin Kenyanito is our teammate from AINFP program, Jackson Musesi, he's the CEO, BK Apiaries, welcoming John Kabue, Manager, Quality Assurance at KEBS, Dr. Peter Kahenya, he had said hi to us. He's a food safety consultant and management quality systems. He's been taking our processes through food safety. Jackson as well for the same panel. Welcome team, and as we sit and settle, we can see what we mean by BOP training.
My name is Caroline Alango. I work for Dash Group Limited as the team leader or the CEO. Dash Group Limited is a one-stop shop for wholemeal, nutritious and affordable flours. The training is so practical for me. For example, yesterday, having visited Carrefour and just looking at, I learned a lot about the politics of business, the placement of the items on the shelves. And then when we went all the way to Kawangware, I think that is where I really saw the face of Kenya. The fact that they also wanted the same quality that the person that is able to go to Carrefour needs. So basically means that when I understand my processes, all the way from raw material sourcing to ensuring my product is on the table of the consumer, I will focus on the customer. We are so grateful. Let them continue reaching out to more companies, more so out of Nairobi.
Thank you very much. As was said, my name is Anthony Etiang. I'm a senior technical advisor to Technos House Food Processing Program. I'm privileged to be here with these panelists. I think the advantage we have is we are mostly technical, apart from Joyce. So any comments fupi, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
My name is Joyce Njogu from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. I head the consultancy work and business development. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Kabue John is my name, working for the Kenya Bureau of Standards. I'm the acting chief manager, Quality Assurance Department. We deal mostly with product certification and also inspections. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Kahenya. I'm a food technologist based at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and I'm also a consultant on food safety and quality assurance matters. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lavin Perez Kenyanito. I'm the Senior Food Processing Specialist of the AINFP program.
Good afternoon. I'm Faith Ngila. I work as Operations Manager for Partnership Programs in Partners in Food Solutions, or PFS.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Musesi, CEO BK Apiaries International Limited, but also CEO the East Africa Works Company Limited.
All right, thank you very much. I think we'll jump right into the questions. So we've talked a lot about customized technical assistance, sector-wide training, and a lot of the individuals here have been involved in some aspects of those. And we'll probably start with sector-wide training. To Lavin, not sector-wide training, but CTA, customized technical assistance. What is customized technical assistance based on the way AINFP implemented it during the last 6 years?
Okay. AINFP works with different value chains that have different products. So first we need to understand the client needs. Having the clients range from foundational to transitional to accelerator. Each and every client has a different needs. So this can be a customized in-house training such as lean manufacturing, production improvement, or a matter of process layout, improving their processes. How do we arrange our machines? So we come in, do the audit, advice, and then give you linkages. If you don't have people to, let's say, for a certain machine, we will link you to the right people. And also we do food management systems implementation and development, where it ranges from the basic, from HACCP to the big thing as FSSC 22000, depending on the clients. Everything depends on the clients. So as we come in, identify the gaps, and now develop the intervention together and walk the journey together.
Thank you. And a lot of those interventions are also, demand driven. So the client needs to push our implementation. And over and above that, CTA also involves PFS and what PFS does. Maybe in brief, you can share with us what does PFS do when it comes to CTA?
Right. I think that's easy, picking up from where Lavin left off. Once we have identified those gaps that clients have, we've been able to structure them to what we call either projects or Ask an Expert mentorship, or rather just a service where we then go to our pool of volunteers and bring in an expert in that particular area and have the volunteer work alongside the client, giving them guidance, allowing them time to implement the ideas, and then supporting them through that process. And I think this is easy because some of the clients who came up here already shared some of the examples. I think Shruti talked about her extrusion challenge and how we were able to bring in an expert to work with her team, to train them, and to help her improve her process. Similar interventions have been made in product development. I think Viola talked about her juice improvement project. So I think we go back to what Lavin said, that at the end of the day, it's about what the client really needs, what their priority is, and then we go in and bring an expert who advises and works with them to resolve that.
Thank you for that. One of the other things over and above customized technical assistance is sector-wide training. So when we conduct sector-wide trainings, basically developing modules and delivering them. But some of those training aspects require partnerships, and CAM has been an important partner to us. And there are several things we've done with CAM, partly because of the experience in the sector and the fact that they have the manufacturing academy. This is to Joyce. Tell us a bit about, food processing SMEs, how you engage with food processing SMEs. The assumption for most people is CAM deals with Coca-Cola, the big companies, but how can Viola benefit from CAM and what it offers?
Thank you so much. CAM, for those who don't know, is the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It's a private sector business membership organization. Some people think it's government. It's for business people who are in manufacturing and value-add industries. And we have 14 sectors there, the largest being food and beverage. And food and beverage is quite wide, starting from, we have the agro-processing. And even within that, we are looking at, are they producing beverages that are non-alcoholic, alcoholic, so we keep breaking them. So the 14 sectors have 53 sub-sectors. And the reason we went into sub-sectors is to deal with the issues that are particular to a certain value chain. And within that, we have the SME hub, where then we've clustered those that are SMEs. And then we've given them preferential arrangements on how they can join membership. So within the SME hub, we have those that are in, of course, agro-processing, but we support them on policy and advocacy, being a lobby group largely. So that's a big area for policy advocacy. I heard some of the market systems that were being mentioned here, and each system has its own policy, either that is conducive for business or it's a hindrance to business. So we do an analysis of that. And those in food sector are also heavily affected. It affects cost of inputs, it affects distribution, it affects so many things. And we're just discussing with Shruti about just going to Kiambu to sell is a problem with so many licenses compared to going to Uganda. So where do you start with if you can't even go next door? So that's one of the areas around policy, but also we are looking at opportunities to promote you know, to tell government and KRA, can you give a window, you know, a tax holiday to SMEs, especially startups? I had asked Rose, do you support startups? One of the agendas of this Kenya Kwanza government is to really bring quite a number of people into manufacturing. And agro-processing is the best place. From our analysis, when you go to all the villages, the counties, it's a big place to start agro-processing businesses. We also have the county aggregation parks which are coming, which are also industrial parks. That's an opportunity which CAM is working with government to look at opportunities for promoting investors to go to those regions, but analyzing the value chains. So from a policy perspective, we've also done a bit of analysis on certain value chains, especially those that are heavy on imports, and I heard about groundnuts. It's one of our areas of value chain studies, and we have champions of people who can speak about the real gaps, the real opportunities, the real challenges within their business and where they source. So we have we have the maize value chain. Those who are interested, we can discuss more on our value chain analysis and then how you can join the network so that you can benefit. We also have capacity building programs which we have partnered. Within capacity building, there are many aspects. There's financial access. I need not repeat everything everyone has said. We are also doing in partnership with financial solution providers. So I don't need to repeat that. We have market access. I heard about Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. As an initiative, we realized that our industries don't even know each other, let alone Kenyans knowing our products. We didn't know each other even within our membership. So we started a program which I know has been already highlighted, Changamka, but the real name is Kenya Manufacturing Summit and Expo. Changamka is a rallying call just to help Kenyans to be more inspired about manufacturing and the contribution it brings to the economy. We create wealth, we create jobs, we are quite inclusive, and I heard about inclusive business plan. I thought, wow, that's a nice language, because we really do a lot of inclusive development, including community development, and I'm glad to hear TechnoServe. And I was just telling Rose, congratulations, you're doing quite a lot. Community development, CSR, and those kinds of social impact work are very good for business. So the agro-processors that came for, especially last year's Changamka, they shocked the market because they had very good high-quality products. Some of them looked like startups, of course, compared to the big companies. And we like it when the smaller companies network with big companies. I heard Emma saying she felt small, but I wish she found mentors there. Because we also have a mentorship program where we bring big companies to mentor the small ones. And it doesn't have to be the business owner. It is a specialist in a certain area. And I liked it, similar to the program that you're doing. I heard you got experts from Nestle and other places. So we ask big brands to give us their own experts who can then support SMEs. It's purely free. So it's a free mentorship where people are giving back to smaller businesses. And then we can track growth. So we have that still within market access. The latest one we are struggling with is whether to support small businesses for exports. We've been going with them to different export markets, but they can't sustainably supply those markets. So we said, can we then focus on Kenya, and then we can look at niche markets that they can supply in a way that is sustainable according to the demand that is there. But again, those who are larger or medium-sized, we are preparing them on exports. Export preparedness, we've partnered with many people, ITC and others, especially on market intelligence, looking at data analytics, and knowing where your specific value chain has market. Lastly, is governance. But in the training with TechnoServe, we've also done lean manufacturing, which was said, on operational excellence. We have a lot of experts in that. We've specialized for many years on lean manufacturing, starting from Kaizen, or even how you start your factory, smart factory, we call it, and how you can use AI to just make sure you're very productive in how you move around your factory. And we even make fun and say, try with your kitchen. Make sure you can get water, you can wash your, just save time within your spaces. And also I'm glad to see BK, because latest we said, look, we've been doing a lot of SME work. Can we recognize performance? So we started doing innovation awards where we have key KPIs, build your capacity towards a certain extent, and then recognize you. And we were very happy to have even the president do that. It was a big honor that really there's interest in SMEs, And being an SME does not mean you don't do quality work. It just means you're smaller, but you can compete like everybody else. And we are learning from small businesses like those in Germany. They are small but extremely competitive, even in Japan. So we should pride in being small but competitive. So those are some of the opportunities. If I've left out anything, I know I should keep time. But before I close, there's governance. And I've heard you're picking experts from out. We are trying to build local experts, what we are calling retired expert programs. We have a lot of engineers who've been in manufacturing entities, large manufacturers. They're just in the villages because of retirement at the age of 60. We all know after 60, you're still very productive. So we are mobilizing that network and seeing how they can support SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned the kitchen. Think about how you move around. And for those of processors who start in the kitchen, the first thought you think about is KEBS. Who is KEBS? What do they want? What questions do they ask? And that's usually a fear and a concern amongst most processors, because they are the regulator, they're the ones who inspect us, they're the ones who certify our products. John Kabwe, maybe you could tell us, the process of certification. Is it really expensive? Is it really simple? Do we continue fearing you, or should we welcome you with open arms, knowing that you are there to help us?
Thank you, and I'm very, very grateful. I'm happy to be here, as I put some faces in, when you're in the office, you first of all just see a file, and then you find WIMSI, and maybe you may not know who WIMSI is and all that. But I'm coming in here to putting the face on the those files that we deal with is such a great thing, and we are very, very happy. First of all, to meet these people. And Kenya Bureau of Standards, as I start here, just to mention what we do mostly, we are in the space what we call standardization and conformity assessment. First of all, in standardization is we want to be outside, we are out there as a government, and we are helping coming up with the standards. And standards are documents that will help our product access market. Because it means if it's standardized, everybody doing peanut butter will be doing the same peanut butter. Of course, they may be differentiated by your label and such things, but they will help you access that market. And when you meet the requirement of the standard, whether you are small or big, the market is there ready for you. So that is one thing that we are doing. The other thing that we are doing is what we call metrology. This is the science of measurement. And what we want to do is to assure that maybe the measuring equipment that you're doing is traceable. If your milk processor and temperature measurement is a key thing that you're doing for your processing, you want to see, does that temperature, that meter that you're using, is it traceable? Is it giving accurate readings? So that you can say, yeah, we are storing our maize, all our milk at -4 degrees centigrade. Is that, in order for you to have an extended shelf life, or the product to be safe. The other thing that we are doing is what we're calling conformity assessment. And in conformity assessment, we have laboratories that are available that MSMEs and manufacturers can utilize, where you can come in there and bring your product for testing. And when you test it for yourself, of course, there will be a small charge, a small fee for it, but it helps you maintain or make decisions. Am I producing a quality product? Am I meeting the requirements? So that is an opportunity that we are having. And these laboratories, we are saying they are quality, they give quality results. Our laboratories are accredited, and accredited is an issue that brings confidence to measurement or to the test that you're doing. We are accredited to what we call ISO 17025, such that we are saying when you do that measurement with us or a test with us, that test is acceptable in every other market that you're doing. The other aspect that you're doing is what we call product certification. And that is what he asked. Do you need to fear Kenya Bureau of Standards? Is product certification expensive and such things? But I want to bring one thing that is happening in the East Africa community space, where we are talking about either 7 or so countries. There is what we call mutual recognition of marks. And what we are saying is that if the commodity manufactured in Kenya by an SME or a big manufacturer is validly certified, then it has access to a market in Kenya, but it can also move freely to the neighboring community members, Rwanda, Burundi, and all that. So it means that that certification will give you access to a market that is bigger than the local market here. Of course, even for the local market here, you realize that people are looking for that assurance, because product certification is there are people who are looking, is there somebody, a third party that can assure, that can say something to the product. So that is what we are doing. Our services, they are not expensive, especially compared to the benefit of it. You realize that in Kenya, product certification, especially the standardization mark, is a mandatory requirement, meaning one will not be able maybe to access that market freely or confidently if that product is not certified. So for SMEs, what we are doing is that we have a program that supports the SMEs, and we are saying every 3 products that we'll be having at a fee of 5,000, a certification will be done for you for 1 year, meaning that covers the cost, the inspections that we are doing in terms of cost for inspection, cost for testing, and any other service that we may give you, consultancy service that we may give you when we come to your place. And basically, what it means for an SMEs, they'll be able to place that product because people will be looking at the market or at the mark and saying, yes, it's traceable to our system. And finally, just to say this, our technical officers, of course, one of the things that the culture that we instill on our technical officers is the issue of integrity, professionalism. That is a message that we are preaching, and we are telling our officers that when we go to that supermarket or when we go to that manufacturer, that person is doing a lot of work. In fact, myself, I say a manufacturer is like a calling. To be a manufacturer is like a calling. It's not just there for business, for benefit of profits. So I tell them that when you go out there, look at that person is somebody pursuing their vision and their calling. So what you're going to do there is only to support them. Let them know about the issues of standards. Let them know how to label their product. Let them know how to do good manufacturing practices. Because if you let them do that and give them that information, then their product will grow. And at one time, you'll find it in a shelf, and you'll be identifying yourself and saying, yes, I was part of the journey for this manufacturer. So that is the information outside there. Do not fear us. We are approachable. Come to us, and we are going to support you in meeting your market demand and growing your product and your brand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You mentioned good manufacturing practices, and I know there is a lot of emphasis now on food safety. There's a food safety bill. I don't know if it has gone through yet, but it should be on the way. And this is now a question to Dr. Kahenya. One of the challenges we see, and the reason why food safety is one of our key sector-wide training topics, is the food safety culture. Maybe you could share with us, what is a food safety culture? How can we attain or reach that point where a food safety culture is the norm within our businesses, from small to...
Thank you so much. I recall some trainings that we had previously, and we started by defining exactly what is culture. And basically culture, simply put, is the way we do things. So for an organization, this is the way they handle the foods to ensure that, or to guarantee that the final product will be safe for the eventual consumer or customer. Now, there are several things that I've picked, again, from my interactions. I've had the opportunity to work or to consult with AINFP for a few areas. And one of the things that we've had to do was carry out those sector-wide trainings. I've also been involved in some individualized trainings like Aspedos, like they were mentioning. I've also had the opportunity to develop some training materials. And out of this, there are 4 things that I picked that have helped those who have adopted the food safety management systems. And for me, I would simplify them into PIPI. The first one is provision of leadership, where the organization, where the management has committed to having something done. I've seen it being done. As Emma attested to, when we started at Aspedos, it required the management to make some bold decisions. And when those bold decisions are made, eventually the systems become very easy to implement. The second thing that I've noticed is the inclusion of everyone. And this, simply put, if you look at the notes that we were able to give during the sector training, we tried to simplify them to answer the question why. When you tell me to wash the hands, why do I need to wash the hands? When you tell me to take the product to KEBS for testing before certification, why do I have to take the product? Do I understand why I'm doing things? When that inclusion comes and everybody within the organization understands, then you move to the next stage, which is the third P, which is what we would call the practical approach. Be as practical as possible. Where you need to wash hands, you don't have to go and buy the most advanced sinks. As Corona taught us, a plastic tank and a plastic jerry can actually be a very good sink or storage for water, and everybody can wash their hands. And eventually you will grow to a point where you can have the very complicated and washing systems in place. Finally, the last I, which I have notice is very important, is incremental improvement, or basically improvement, where you do this step by step. When you start with a jerry can for hand washing, you have to move on to the next level where you install a permanent sink. After the permanent sink, you'll probably be able to expand to a bigger room. But my take has been that if you follow that process, you will eventually be able to, like we've been told by Cam here, you'll be able to operate at the same level as the very big guy who's been operating for 20 years. So that's my take, that if you apply the PI, you're likely to go places.
Thank you very much. So PP, that's easy to remember. P in some languages is water. Finally, when our children come home at the end of the term, they come with a report form. That's usually the last thing they give you at the end of the day, when you are tired at 9 o'clock. So as you approach lunch, Jackson Masese, BK Appearance, you've gone through the journey of customized technical assistance. Of course, your KEBS approved. You've been a part of Changamka Festival. There's a number of things that you've benefited from. But key for us is to understand and hear what are those things you've benefited from. I know there's product reformulation, and congratulations on your FSSC certification. Maybe you could share with us a bit short the journey of getting through those things.
Thank you so much. Let me start by thanking TechnoServe for this opportunity to come and share our journey on food safety and the journey that we have traveled together with the TechnoServe and the AINFP program. BCare is celebrated 10 years birthday last year in 2023. And it's been a long journey of a lot of challenges. As some of the moderators are saying, we started from the kitchen, and one of the fear that we had when we were starting from the kitchen was actually about KEBS. And was like, how do we go around here and we don't have anywhere to show how we do this? And because we had the, we really wanted to create products that meet the standards by them, we actually invited KEBS, one of their representative came, and we knew this won't go through because we were in a kitchen or something like that. And I want to congratulate, because when they came, they did not tell us to shut it down. They told us where to improve when we were in the kitchen. And from that word, it kept us going. And within all that journey, we've been able to meet a lot of development partners in our journey to help us actually meet a lot of challenges that many SMEs go through and possibly think it's not workable. So our journey with the TechnoServe started many years ago. Of course, we have had a journey of about 3 years in different programs, but actually, I'm happy to say, even the brand for our company came through the help of TechnoServe. The branding. The brand you see in our market, you see BK Naturals, was developed through also technical support from the TechnoServe assistance. But let me go back to food safety. Why did we choose to go to food safety certification? BK is certified FSSC 22000, but we are also certified for ISO 14001 environmental management systems. It's a tough journey. It takes resources. But why do we really need to go that direction? One is for you to comply with the international, national and county and international standards, then you need this as an evidence that the company actually meets the minimum standards of quality that is required. And I'm happy to say we had a committed team that we worked with, TechnoServe. They provided technical service. I am one day and delighted to have met Etiang many years ago. Etiang has watched Big Air from a kiosk to where we are today. I remember seated with Etiang in a Mabati kiosk. And he was like giving us, you guys, you'll go far. And when we decided to go for the food safety certification, FSSC, which was a customer-driven initiative, we had some customers who actually wanted our product. They met our product, but they said, you guys, if you can have food safety certification, ISO certification, and get your products actually meeting those minimum, standards, we will actually be able to take your product. I won't mention it, but we had about 4 companies that pushed Big Care to meet these standards. And we didn't know the journey, which way to go or which journey to take. And then we were like, okay. TechnoServe came in handy. They helped us. We had a very short, less than a year to meet this because it was a customer driven. And I remember Etienne came there 2 days to do gap analysis and to help us do gap analysis. And we didn't have the technical staff. We had just a few staff, and we didn't know which way to take. And he guided us on the processes, how to go about that. I remember that it was my first day. Being an entrepreneur, it does not mean actually you are expert in everything. You know quite a little, but you are an entrepreneur. So you need a lot of help from development partners to meet your goals. That was my first day to know high risk area, medium risk area, low risk area, a lot of things that we got from their technical support. And that came in handy. And during the same program, we were running actually an SME program with CAM. We are members of Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And in 2022 December, within the same program, we were awarded the Best SME Award by His Excellency, the President of the country. And that was part of that achievement was because actually we had TechnoServe on the go, on the forefront to assist that meet some of the business processes that we were actually behind. And I thank Madam Rosie for taking us through business processes, which we improved a lot through TechnoServe to meet the standard that we achieved. And in December 2023, we were actually awarded ISO 22000 food safety certification. I want fellows to mention that because we didn't have enough staff to do this certification, to take us through the process, and technical staff to take us through the entire process. And I remember we talked to TechnoServe, and our worry was How do we come up with the documentation? How do we improve the processes? We didn't have any good knowledge. We had only one food scientist who we work with. He's present in this room. Wycliffe Nyakundi, you can just raise your hand. And he could not do all that on his own. And we had to approach TechnoServe. And you know what? TechnoServe gave us 2 interns, fully trained and fully paid for, to assist us meet this within the shortest timeline. And that was really, really a good help that we really recognize our partnership with TechnoServe. And even at the achieving of that, we actually had the opportunity to, after the end of the internship, to actually absorb one of them to be part of us. And that is one of the assistance that we got from that. And let me finish to say, this also helped us to meet some of the legal requirements for us to achieve the ISO 22000. It helped us to meet national legal requirements, county legal requirements, international legal requirements, because if you are ISO certified, ISO is not a local certification, it's international, which means our products can access the international market. And that is through the help of TechnoServe, through the AINFP program. I just want to give a small brief about the problems that we had before we decided this. We are also in the honey. Our product is honey, peanut butter, and other programs like other products like nuts. And our honey got into supermarkets, and consumers were like, when I met a consumer, we have a talk, we do honey and all that. Some customers would say, I don't really trust honey that I meet, that I get from the supermarkets. Don't trust them. I met one customer we were discussing, another one, and another one. And that was a problem. We are in this industry, and consumers are saying the product they meet in the supermarket, they don't really trust them because of adulteration, because of many things. But then how do we actually meet this problem? So it's to assure the consumers of their safety when they are consuming our product. So to assure those consumers of that safety, it's very difficult for us to go county, village to village to educate people about our product and the quality of our product. But simply meeting the standards, the national standards, which have been set by our government, you assure our consumers that when you meet our product, you are consuming the right product. We are ISO certified. We meet the KEBS standards. We meet all those, every standard that is met. And then our consumers will have the confidence with our consumers. And that's one of the reasons why our company chose strategically to go for quality certifications, so that we can assure our consumers of quality, what they are taking. And so I encourage you, when you go back and go shopping, I won't allow me to market my product. Please look for BK Naturals product. We have peanut butter certified. We have peanuts. We have honey. We have butters, which pass all the standards, national and international standards. Feel free and consume with faith that you are consuming the right product.
Thank you. You'll pay us some advertising revenue. Anyway, thank you very much. I think we will end this session here. Move quickly to the next one. Rose, welcome. Thank you very much, panelists.
Thank you. And this will take just a few minutes. We would like to appreciate you, our partners, who have enabled us to achieve what we have achieved this far. And we are doing this by way of a certificate of appreciation. So when I call out your name, the DCOP will give you your certificate. And Lucy has an announcement to make about the afternoon meeting. So maybe we could get done first with the certificates, and then she makes a quick announcement, and then we head to the restaurant for lunch. So the very first partner is Absa Bank. Please be upstanding. FW Africa, Juma, are you here? Benson Masharia, one of our consultants. Patrick Kagathi, one of our consultants again. Are you in the room? Omungala Akolo, one of our food safety training consultants. Kenya National Farmers Federation, KENAF. We appreciate the partnership. KENAF. KCB, Kenya Commercial Bank, proudly associated. Equity Bank. We are proud to call you partners. Root Capital representative. If you're in the room. Partners in Food Solutions, Faith, Ngila. Faith, are you in the room? She may have stepped out. Mary Ngechu, the chair of KAM Women in Manufacturing. You may want to pick it on her behalf. Joyce. Cecilia Kimani, marketing and distribution expert. Bureau Veritas, Kenya Limited. Ruth Njeri, are you in the room? Polucon Limited. No, this is, Jerry, you picked the wrong one. But the photo has already been taken, so it's okay. Polucon Limited. Kenya Dairy Board, is Paul here? Paul Dungu? Mildred? Joyce? Private equity support. Is Diana here? Farm to Market Alliance, FTMA. George? Or John Makuge? Ida Graham, Bele Consort Limited. They gave us an apology. They were not able to come, but they will be able to pick their certificate. Oh, Tara, you can actually pick it on her behalf. And Tara Dichu, you have won. It's possible they've stepped out. Anne Mothoni Kiarie, our keynote speaker of the day, Deputy Director, State Department of Industry. Happily associated. Thank you for your support. Doreen Lugalia, Matra Quality Limited, CEO, Food Safety, Training Consultant. Oh, Kenneth? Okay. Oh, Kenneth. Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Stanbic Bank. Collins has excused himself. Samawati Capital. Floyce Mkabana. Keproba, CEO. National Duka Owners Umbrella Association or Organization. Is Tabitha here? Dr. Peter Kahenya, we appreciate the services you've provided. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Joyce. ISF advisors, our very own Beatrice. Are you here? Okay. BOP Inc. Beryl. Not here. Cecilia Kimani, so I guess we will be able to dispatch this to the owners. So Luce, Tara, where is she? Lucy Mbaye, are you here? Please tell us what you have in store for us from 3:30 as we all head towards the restaurant before they close. We wouldn't like them to close.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, and you all look very tired right now. But we take this opportunity to thank everyone who's attended this first session of the event. We'd like to thank our chief guest, Ms. Ann Muthoni Kiari, Deputy Director of the State Department of Industry, the Government of Kenya. Thank you very much for attending and giving us your speech. We also would like to take this opportunity to thank USAID, Andrew McCowan, Mr. Andrew McCowan of USAID, Director for the Center of Resilience and Food Security. We'd also like to thank our Deputy Country Director, Mr. Sebastian Ogoma, and our Chief of Party, Ms. Josephine Otieno, for coming for this event this morning, and all the panelists in both access to finance, access to BOP markets, technical assistance to food processors, and the food safety processes panelists. You've taken your time to talk to us and also to hear us out and answer our questions. Thank you very much for attending. So at this moment, I know we are going to be bidding farewell to some of you, but we have a second session that we call the B2B Forum, the Business to Business Forum, where we're going to be having roundtable discussions with our buyers, and our processors will be having discussions with some of our buyers here. Some of our guests are supermarkets and distributors. Then we also have online distributors. So that will be the session in the afternoon. But preceding that, we're also going to be having a snapshot of the market study that we have been undertaking between December and early February, so that you know what to expect in the outcome of that report. So from here, we'd like you to proceed for lunch. You're going to be going to the main restaurant. In this place, it's called Cafe Kigo. You'll get your voucher at the door. It will be handed out by some of our team members who are there. Oh, do you have your voucher? Please wave it. If you don't have it, we are picking one at the table out there. So we are going to have lunch very quickly, then come back for the most interesting session. I think this is where the rubber meets the road. Yes? Karibuni tena. Thank you very much.